Hi there folks, welcome to RRTV's live coverage of the ANZCAR Cola or Coke 600. We are coming to you live from Charlotte tonight, and as you can see, the guys are out there on their final warm-up laps. We'll be going to qualifying in the next 7 minutes, and race start 3 p.m. GMT plus 10 or 47 minutes away. So strap yourselves in folks, it's going to be a big one, 400 laps around Charlotte. Like to welcome to the Combox my fellow commentator tonight, and it's the one and only Gary Huff. Welcome back, Gary. We're back in for another long haul today.
Yes, we are, but these guys look like they could get it done tonight, so it might not be as long as we had last time.
Yeah, well, we've got 23 drivers out in the server tonight, so a good field lineup, and it's going to be great. I'm looking forward to qualifying, and for the viewers that are new to this series, the way we do qualifying, it's like the real thing. As each driver comes out on the track to do their fast lap, we will introduce them, go through a few facts about them, and watch them set their time. And I tell you what, the times are blistering out there, 27.67 seconds. Jason Martin's the fastest, but I tell you what, Gary, Chris Purnell in the 920, he's going to give him a run for his money tonight.
It's a possibility he could. He's been out there running some laps. Now these guys are going to go out there and they're going to give it everything they've got tonight on their qualifying lap, because they know you're not going to get anywhere from the back. It is a long race, but you got to be up front to win it. They could be hanging it all out for the qualifying lap, and we saw a couple guys last race that hung it out and ended up tagging the wall and didn't end up good for them. So we'll see what they do and how qualifying goes. It's definitely going to be interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is, and a little bit about what they have tonight, folks. As far as fast repairs, they get one, and unlimited incident points. So last time they ran with no fast repairs, and the guys very much suffered. But tonight, the admin are a little kinder, and they're going to give them one get out of jail free card. But I tell you what, you don't want to be caught in the big one early on, and I don't know, it's how does Charlotte normally go as far as the real world racing goes?
Well, it is a long race, and the longer it goes, the more tired these guys get, and it's basically survival of the fittest and attrition. Guys that save it for the end, and they're there at the end. It's pretty much how you sum it up. You can burn what you got in the beginning, but if you're not there at the end.
Yeah, and our driver focus tonight, it's going to be on Daniel Stevens. He's in the number 66 at the moment in the pits, and as he comes out, we'll give you a few facts about him. He's kindly sent us a picture of his race rig in, so you can get a bit of an idea the sort of setups these guys are running. Of course, bear in mind, his setup is pretty high end, so don't let that put you off if you're thinking about jumping in the e-sport. Because I myself, Gary, I just run an old Logitech G27 wheel and pedals, and that's enough for me to sort of get involved in things.
I'm running basically the same thing, G27 wheel and pedal stick shift. I've got 3 screens, about to go virtual reality here pretty soon. I have no expensive gear really per se.
Yeah.
And I do just fine.
Yeah, I know Sam DeVenti is joining us tonight in the race. You can see him now in the 95. I know he's been testing VR gear. I'm not sure if he's running it today or not. Maybe Riley can let us know in the chat. But it's great to see Sam out here having a run in the Cup cars, and we'll see what he brings to the race. He's currently 18th fastest with a 29.121, so a pretty respectable time.
He just has a few laps logged in, so I'm thinking he just got here. But I mean, as long as he's consistent, if the faster guy's going to get away from him in the beginning of the lap, but they're going to back up, and he's just consistently, he'll catch up to him, and there'll be a race at the end of the tire run, fuel run, or however these guys manage doing it.
Yeah, we've seen him run in the Xfinity series, and he was pretty good. He was on the pace, so I'm expecting good things from him tonight as well. Having a look through, we've got who else? We've got Matty Cloward out there once again in the 54 Ben Max entry. See him on the screen at the moment, folks. 4th fastest in practice. We'll see what he can pull out very shortly as far as his qualifying run goes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see again with qualifying. These guys are going to hang it all out, and I'm looking forward to it, seeing how many of these guys are going to be dirt tracking it through the corner. Turn 4 especially is going to be the hardest one. Carry a lot of speed as the banking goes back down to almost zero banking through the tri-oval, and the cars really unload in that area, and they get loose if you're not doing it right.
Okay, so let's definitely keep an eye on that, and having a look at the track information here tonight, Gary. The track length's 1.45 miles. What's the banking like around here? How much banking does it have?
I've never really studied it. It's not much. It never really occurred to me to study it because you're not carrying a whole lot of speed. 190. But you don't slow down that much. I could look it up real quick, but I never really studied it and never really gave it a thought. I know coming on the front stretch is where it really goes from a degree of banking to flat in the front tri-oval there, and it can be tricky if you don't have the right setup. Yep.
So, I'm expecting that could get a little bit loose if it's not the right setup off that banking into the flat part. As far as weather goes tonight, folks, it's mostly cloudy out there, no chance of rain, 23 degrees Celsius or 73 degrees Fahrenheit, depending from where you're coming to us in the world.
I think everybody's starting to get the hang of the metric system, hopefully.
Yeah, and 11 seconds to go till qualifying starts, folks, and then we're going to be out here and have a look at these guys and where they're going to start, and it's going to be interesting. I'm assuming we're going to go from the slowest to the fastest, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, they really haven't made up their mind on how they do get these guys out there. So, like I said, we'll see what happens.
Yep. So here we go, folks. They have 40 minutes of qualifying. As I said, we'll be bringing each car out first. It looks like we've got Joshua Carroll Walden in the 35 at the moment in his car. We'll see if he's coming out, and of course, race control. They'll be instructing each car to join the track at the appropriate time to set that time. They will be basically getting 3 laps, 1 warm-up and 2 flying laps, and they'll have the track to themselves. So our first car's coming out. It looks like it's Mr. Phil Otto. He'll be driving tonight in the number 1, and we'll see how he goes. Of course, Phil, he drives in the Xfinity Series. He also comes out in the Truck Series, so it's great to see Phil in the number 1 coming out. He'll be the first one to set the time and or set the tempo, one would say, and it should be rather interesting.
It should be, as he goes down the backstretch into turn 3, carrying 190 miles an hour into there, so it looks like he's going to give it everything he's got on his first one.
Yeah, and we'll get the lap timer up, folks, so you can keep an eye on it as well, as he's about to start his flying lap now, and we'll see exactly what he can pull out. Oh, he's got a very loose lap 1.
And there he goes, right into the wall.
That is that, I would say. What do you reckon, Gary?
I believe he's going to be starting from the back.
I think you could be right there. Yeah.
But he could be ahead of a few others that are also going to do probably the same thing.
Yeah, you can see Dave Douglas. He's the next one to come out in the number 10. And Dave's a good charger. He's getting a bit of a fan base out there too, which is great to see. So let's see if he can set a lap. But I tell you what, Phil and his crew are going to want to go back and have a look at their setup. But here comes now, and let's see what Dave Douglas can bring to the party here. Oh,
and there he goes. He's going to catch it, and good. He saves it. See if he's going to get back into it and try to continue on and maybe better his second and final.
Yeah, I tell you what, the guys are having a lot of trouble into turn, looks like turn 1 and 2 there. The cars look very, very loose. I don't know if that's the temperature or if it's their setup, but let's see what Dave can do. He survives for the first lap. He sets a time, 31.194. Let's see if he can improve on that as he comes into turn 1 and 2 now. Gets through nice and clean. I'd say what it is, Gary, is their tyres are probably cold on lap 1.
Yeah, they're not, doesn't look like they're getting warmed up on the out lap. He was still a little loose coming out of 2 there. See what happens coming out of 4 as the track flattens out. Not bad. Looked like he had good steering.
Yeah, 28.188 is the time for Dave, so he sets the first time. Next driver out now we have is Norman Clark. He's just starting his flying lap, and we'll see how he goes on lap 1. He's got a bit of a wiggle through turn 1 and 2, but he gathers it up, and he's looking good.
We'll see what he's going to do coming out of 3 into turn 3 at 194, and he's going to hold it pretty good. Try to stay down. He's a little tight coming out of 4, and his first time lap will be 28.5, which should improve. I think he was running low 28s during his practice session, his hot lapping. A little loose side, and he's going to call it. That's it.
That's it. One hot lap. We've got, they're coming out thick and fast at the moment, keeping us on our toes, as now James Foster, he is on his flying lap, and if the admin's there, they might be able to slow these boys down a little bit. Maybe it's because it's such a big field, they've got to get him out in a hurry. But James Foster, he's driving in the number 14 as he comes across now to complete his lap, 27.842. He goes straight to the time up the top, and takes a 14 to provisional pole.
Looks like he's going to try and better that with another lap as he goes down the backstretch, coming into turn 3 at over 201 miles an hour. That's carrying the mail through there. See if he can stick it and come out of 4. Good, he does. He should better his time easy.
No, he does not. 27.970 was that time. And John Sorensen, he's the next one out in the number 16. Looks like he's just flashed out of the server. He's got internet.
There he is.
Yeah, he's got problems. He might be starting from the back as well.
That's a possibility. Looks like he's got it gathered up right now as he goes into turn 3 to make his first time lap here. These guys look like they're running just a little tight, trying to hang that white line. Yes. He crosses the start-finish line, and he gives us a no time.
Yeah, 55 second was his time. So really slow, and he'll be up the back there. Just having a look now, we've got Adam Mitchell. Adam's driving in the number 17. Don't know much about Adam, so I think he's new to the series, and we'll see what he can bring. But his car's beautifully turned out.
Yeah, it's got that Ford looking pretty good tonight, black and blue. Let's see if he can whoop up a bruising on these guys. What do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say he's almost in the wall. He might come back a bit black and blue if he hits that wall, but here he comes through, bringing the 17 home for his flying lap here. 29.430. 413 is his official time there. That'll bring him into 4th position. And, yeah, so the times are very... Yep, looks like they're only giving them 1 here, so it's very varied. Now we've got Jason Martin. He is out on track at the moment. This guy was the only one on the lead lap last round, and we'll see. He's going to want to stick this straight on pole because he loves leading from the front, as you always do, and he loves setting the pace.
Well, he was the fastest in happy hour, so let's see if he can turn that fast lap into a pole. 27.676, so he's sitting on the provisional right now.
Yep, in front of James, and it's great to see James Foster out having a run tonight as well, which is absolutely brilliant. So, yeah, straight to the top, 27.676. And next person out is Danny G in the number 24. We see him a lot in Xfinity. He also runs the trucks. He's a stalwart when it comes to the NASCAR racing in the ANZCAR community, and he'll be wanting to get this car up into the first couple of rows if he possibly can.
He was in the top 5 for happy hour with a 27.9, and he betters it with a 27.8. Outside pole.
Yeah, straight to the front row there, Gary.
Yeah, we got a couple cars to go though that were running fast in the happy hour. So if they have problems, then that could stick. Otherwise, it could split him and Jason up. They were going at it pretty good last round.
So it comes across.
Who's next?
Who's next? We've got Joshua Carroll Walden in the number 35. He's coming through now to complete his first lap. Looks like they're bringing 2 out at a time at the moment. 28.747 on his first lap. That's only good for 6 fastest. And we'll see if he does a second one here. So he needs to improve this, doesn't he? In the number 35 Logitech backed. Oh, he's got it all loose. That's not going to help.
Going. Well, he's got a 28.7, so that's going to give him a mark on the track, and that'll put him currently in the 6th spot.
Yeah, Matty Clowett's the next man out to start his flying lap. I'll tell you what, Mirko's going to have to take that car back and get it repaired. He was waiting to go out, and he got picked up by Joshua there. As now Matt Clowett starts his flying lap. He's in the number 54. He normally runs in that backing, and it looks like he's sponsored tonight by Ben Max.
That's another good-looking car with the black and blue.
Yeah, he's a good driver. He tends to find trouble, though, or trouble finds him, being a bit unlucky. Comes through 27.966, 984. That takes him to 4th fastest. Now, if things line up for him tonight, I reckon he's going to be a person to be contending with towards the end of this race tonight.
I hope so. Hopefully his luck can change tonight and get her done. But it is a long race, 600 miles.
Yeah, we just had King Nothing let us know, which is Brad. Great to see Brad tuning in tonight. And he said the turns are 24 degrees banking and 5 degrees in the straightaway. So thanks for that, Brad.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So,
and Mirko Dontek in the 62 with a 28.078 puts him 5th.
So that's on his first lap. So we'll see what he can do on his second. And, they've repaired that car after the hit of he'd use fast repair. That's him done. So 5th fastest for him, into the wall. Pit crew are going to have to go and fix the front of that now.
Yeah, they're not going to be happy about that one.
No. Our driver of the night, or our feature driver tonight, is Danny Stevens. We'll be giving you a few more facts about this driver later on, but he's another stalwart when it comes to the ANZCAR community. He loves his NASCAR racing. He also likes the V8 supercar, and he gave us a few facts which we'll go through during the race. But yeah, we'll see what he can do. We've seen him in Xfinity. We see him in the trucks. He's driving for Middle Finger Racing. Coming through, oh, he's lost it. I'll tell you what, the guys are having a lot of trouble out there.
Yeah, you got that turn 4 loose. It just snaps loose and cuts through the infield trying to save the car, and he keeps it off the wall.
Oh, does he? Wow.
But I think he's going to be starting in the back. Is he going to give it a go?
Yeah, well, we've got the next...
Looks like he's going to continue.
No, he'll have to abort
Nope.
because Sadler's now out. Gavin Sadler in the 71, and he was having a good run last Thursday. He was in the top 10, and we've seen him in the Speedway. He absolutely loves his Speedway. He organises the Australian Speedway League. He runs the sprint cars, the midgets, street stocks, whatever he can get his hands on. So he's trying his hand at the asphalt tonight.
Right now, he's put his car in the 7th spot with a 28.46. He's going to try to better that with another lap as he's going into turn 3. Doesn't look like he had too much speed going in there, but he's not losing a lot either. As he comes out of turn 4, a little wiggle there, and across the start-finish line. Does he better his lap? No, he does not. Oh yeah, by 3/100ths of a second. So still got him in the 7th spot with a 4.60.
Fantastic. So we've got Darren McKenzie out next. Darren doesn't normally qualify that well. So sorry, Gary.
He had a practice time of 28.057, which if he did that would put him up there, 4th at the current moment, 5th or 6th, somewhere in that area, which probably be middle field by the time everything goes, which is where he usually qualifies. And he gets up there and he runs up front for a minute, and then something goes wrong with the car. So with a 28.8 right now, as he crosses start finish line with lap number 2, 27.8. Not bad. Puts him in the 4th spot, 2nd row.
Excellent. Good run. Just having a look. Here we go. We've got Sam DeVentia into the wall. Around he goes. Did he get the wall? No, he did not. So it looks like Sam's going to start from the back. He also is not running VR tonight. So hopefully Sam... Yeah, we'll see how Sam can go.
Stephen Williams is leaving the pits now, so it'd be a matter if they get Sam another chance, but it looks like he's off track. So Phil's going to have some company back there.
Yeah, Danny G's second fastest at the moment. I was going to say he's up the back, but he's not. He crashed on the second flying lap, didn't he?
He crashed on the second flying lap, but he still logged the time down, so he should be sitting there in spot number 2. But we have Phil. He got out there and spun right away. Edward spun. Oh no, we haven't seen Edward go out there yet, have we? And Danny, he spun, so gonna have some good company back there.
Yep, does Danny Stevens. And see now as the 98 comes through the back stretch, he's 12th fastest on that first lap. And we'll see what he can do.
That is a weird lap. I don't know how, a minute 20. How does that happen?
Oh, that's a warm-up. He's going to post this. This is his first lap. Wiggle. Gets it across before he loses it. 29.145 sits him in 11th. So he saved it. But
I don't even know what was going on.
I think he had too much of that Death Wish coffee that you were talking about earlier.
No, that stuff will get you going straight as an arrow.
Might get you straight as an arrow. Let's see what Michael Ladder is new to the series in the number 99 he's driving tonight.
Number 99 Progressive Chevrolet out there, white and blue, looking pretty good. Trying to hang it down there on that line. Turn 3, turn 4, comes out of 4 for his first time lap, looking pretty good. And he had a 28.9 in practice with a 29.5 first lap. See if he can improve that with his second lap. It doesn't look like he's going to call it a night for qualifying.
Okay, we've got Chris Purnell out here now. He's starting his flying lap in the M&M entry. 9:20. He was quick in practice. I think he was second fastest. So if he can keep this thing straight, he might have a run at pole here.
It's a possibility. He could give Jason Martin a run for his money for the pole. Even put Joshua G back or Daniel G back spot. And his first time lap is going to be coming across at 27.9. Puts him 5th fastest right now as he's going a little loose right there and saves it.
So 5th fastest. Sorry.
I believe 5th fastest for Chris Purnell. We got Colin Herman up next.
Yep, he's going to be driving in the 005, another new name I haven't seen. And what they've done this round is they've opened it up to allow more drivers in. And that's why we've got some drivers I've not seen. They could have been in the truck series, though, and they would have been doing some sort of NASCAR racing.
As he comes through for his first time lap of 29.075, puts him in a 12th spot. Looks like he's going to continue to carry on and probably better his time. He had a 28.5 in practice, so see if he can get that done. I believe Roger Clark should be the last one to go.
Yeah, we've got Edward out there on track at the moment. We'll jump to him very shortly as Colin comes across the line. 28.736, 11th fastest.
It's not bad as you see Edward Foster coming down to the start-finish line. Take a time of 27.8, puts him outside pole, knocks Danny G down a spot.
Yeah, Edward's been really competitive in the last 3 or 4 weeks. He's been very impressive and he'll be carrying that momentum in. We did see him have his first win a few weeks ago and he was over the moon. Since then, he's just been riding on the back of that and doing a really good job.
Well, they say you can carry the momentum of a win a long ways. And he's going to be stuck with that 27.8 sitting on pole, or outside pole. Roger Clark on the track now.
Yeah, one of the admins of this series, and he's in the 09. He's the son of Norman Clark, and just about every race there can possibly be in NASCAR, you can bet if Roger can be there, he will, and he loves his NASCAR.
Does a lot of racing, and for somebody who just became another new papa past couple of weeks, he still manages to get out there and turn these laps. Comes across the start-finish line, looking pretty good at a 28.11. It's a little slow for him, so hopefully he can gather it up and get a faster lap. But running the outside line is not going to cut it.
He did beat his old man, though.
He's going into turn 3. Looks like he's going to try and stick it down there. He's pushing. He's got a little bit oversteer there. A little tight coming out of 4 down to the start-finish line. I don't think he's going to better it. It's possible, but no, he's going to stick 9th place with 28.11.
Yeah, so I'm just having a look at that's pretty much it by the looks of it. We had Leo Smith, Steve Hoppett. They have not come out yet.
Leo Smith left the server a little while ago. Steve Hoppett, I haven't seen him since practice. And Michael Ladder has also disconnected as well. Okay. But, he's got a posted time. Oh, here he is. He's back. So we got 17 qualifiers. And looks like Sam, Danny Stevens, John Sorensen, and Phil Otto will be starting from the rear with brand new cars. Yep.
I'm just saying there's no one pretty much out on track at the moment. Hopefully someone will come out. 19 minutes to race start here, folks. So this is what we call in the industry finding some filler.
Well, I think we got Danny Stevens we can talk about.
Yep.
You wanted to highlight him and give a little bit about him and what he's doing and possible, how he's doing it and everything.
That's why we pay the big bucks, man.
Okay. You know him very well. You spent a lot of time with him. You watched him race a lot, and
yeah, let's do this.
You broadcast him a lot, so I'm going to leave this one to you and let you take it from here.
No worries. Hi, Danny. Have you got time to talk, mate?
Yeah, mate, sure have.
Excellent. We had a look out there. I think you paid Mirko a bit of a visit.
No, that was Carol Sheridan, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Okay, I was blaming you. So, yeah, you're our spotlight driver of the night, and we can see someone just coming out on track now. We'll bring them up so the viewers can watch. That's a 17. Yeah, so basically I was messaging you off air, so just thought I'd bring you up, introduce you to the viewers and give them a bit of a background about you. And basically you're saying you went iRacing about 3 years on and off, but last 12 months you've started to take it seriously. So when it comes to taking it seriously, how much sort of practice do you put in?
Mate, I'm pretty much on the sim rig every single day after work for at least 3 hours, 4 hours. Well, that'd be minimum every day of the week, mate.
Yeah, and 3 years is a pretty long time in the iRacing service, but I tell you what, you started this 8 years ago, didn't you? You started out with R Factor 1 and then moved on to R Factor 2 and started with racingleagues.com. Of course, we were broadcasting one of them a week ago, and they go back to, I think, 2004.
Yeah, mate, yeah. Steve and Bruce started it way back then, and then when I joined them in 2012, I became one of the co-owners of racingleagues.com, which were originally before that was called Touring Car Sim Racing. And then went to Racing Leagues, and then just gone on from there, and just got stronger and stronger. And then pretty much we thought we'd venture over to the old iRacing side of things as well.
Fantastic, because quite a lot of them have moved into the iRacing servers. Doesn't mean you guys have abandoned R Factor 2. There's still a healthy community over there from what I understand, but it's great to see you guys jumping over to this community as well.
Yeah, mate, we've actually got some stuff coming up in the next couple of weeks on Saturday nights, which is going to be the off week to the new ANZCAR series. So something to look forward to.
Yeah, definitely. And, of course, you drive for Middle Finger Racing, and you're pretty good friends with Wayne Pengilly, Colin Bruns from there. You race against them in racing leagues for a long time. So that would be pretty much like going home, wouldn't it, for you? You'd be surrounded by a lot of mates that you've known for quite some time.
Yeah, mate. I've known Colin and Wayne for quite a few years now, and got the opportunity to actually meet both of them when we did our little team visit in Melbourne at the beginning of the year. So it was great to put a face to the couple of names. And I've actually been over and seen Wayne twice now. So I went to Adelaide Street Race for the V8s with him as well. So it's I've made a whole bunch of friends in sim racing, mate, and it's going to continue to make more friends.
Yeah, that's a good thing about sim racing, isn't it? You get to meet a lot of different people, all have the same interest, but come from different walks of life, and there's a lot of interesting people out there. Make some good friends online, and that normally carries through if you catch up at the pub.
Oh, it sure does, eh? It's just a really strange feeling. Like you hear them on comms all the time, and then when you try and put the voice to the face and stuff like that, it's quite a hard case.
Yeah, it is. Generally, I feel better once they talk, because then I recognise the voice.
Yeah, you just kind of cover up, you close your eyes and listen to them, eh?
Yeah, exactly it. And some of them you have to, because some of them, face for radio like myself. But, having a look, I asked you earlier about your favourite car track. I was a bit surprised. It's a V8 supercar. I was expecting you to say it was going to be the NASCAR, one of the NASCARs.
Well, funny you say that, mate, because the NASCAR is actually the new baby for me, mate. I've only just gone underneath pretty much Roger's wing and tried to learn these cars that only turn left. But before that, yeah, mate, is pretty much V8 supercar, 100% of the time.
And how does that V8 supercar translate into NASCAR? Is there anything you can bring from that over to NASCAR, or is it a completely new ball game for you?
Mate, it's two different helmets there, eh? Like last night in the AOSC, I had my V8 supercar helmet on, and then all day today I've been using the oval helmet, mate, because they're totally different cars.
Yeah, so there's probably nothing that really translates unless you're on a road circuit, of course.
Yeah, that's where I got my strong points. Like you saw in Road America, I was up the front in the road circuits.
Yeah, well, that's it. I keep on, I don't have a very good memory. I can't even remember last night's race. But That's how bad it's getting, man. So you basically was also saying your favourite track is the Watkins Glen NASCAR layout because you like the flow of that circuit. So the NASCAR layout, that's a short track, isn't it? Without the does it have the bus stop in it?
Yeah, it has the bus stop, but it doesn't have the boot part of it around the back there.
Yep, so you get that nice back straight. Yep. And
it's just fast and flowing, mate. You know, you're always on the gas and stuff like that. I think there's only a couple of corners that actually like you slow him down for, like I think turn 1, and it's pretty much then the bus stop and pretty much next. Apart from that, it's just got a great flow.
Yeah, it's although the bus stop I'm not a fan of because you've got to brake, turn left and right again, which always upsets me when I've got a corner I've got to go through.
Well, you've got it totally wrong, mate, because it's right and left and then right and left.
That's why I always mess up. That's how we won't hold you up for long. You've got 12 minutes to start a race, but a little bit about you outside, full-time builder and working for Open Door Constructions, and you live in Auckland, New Zealand, so that could explain your comment that you gave your car a little bit too much jandle. You might need to explain what the heck jandle means to a lot of people.
A jandle is it the Aussie terms is a thong, but a thong in New Zealand terms is like a G-string, underwear garment.
Yeah, I think it's the same in America as well.
Yeah.
So when you give it too much jandle, you're giving it too much thong.
You're giving it too much jandle, mate.
That does sound better.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not going to say it. We're on air, but anyway. But you've dabbled a little bit in real life racing on the dirt side of things. A place called Wakaraka Park Racing Saloons.
Wakaraka Park, mate, is way back in the 80s and 90s and stuff like that. Way back in the early days, was a 4-cylinder class called the Saloons, was mainly the minis and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, it would have been pretty serious stuff. You know, a lot of guys race pretty hard in those dirt racing, don't they?
Yeah, they sure do, but then it hits the old pocket if you race too hard.
Yeah, well, that's where sim racing is good. You can race as hard as you want, and after you've got your gear, you generally you're pretty much right after that.
Yeah, that's great. It's cheaper.
Yes, having a look at your rig you sent in, I tell you what, that's one serious setup, and I know you like Euro Truck Simulator, and that sort of gave it away a bit. But tell the viewers a little bit about your setup and what you've got in this rig, if you don't mind.
Yeah, well, it's pretty technical here. We've got OSW wheel and Derek Spears racing pedals. What else we've got? A Fanatic H shifter with a Fanatic handbrake and a SimWorks sequential shifter as well. 32-inch triple monitors and running through 5.1 surround sound.
It looks like you've got another monitor up above it. Is that right, or is that something else?
Yep, that's correct, mate. That's where I've got all my JRT and stuff up there.
Oh, your timing, live timing and that sort of stuff.
Yep, correct, mate.
And what about the wheel? You know, it's direct drive. I know I've heard a lot of people puffing. How is that compared to, a normal car wheel?
Roger always laughs at me. Roger's actually had a go on my rig, and he, it's tough. It's real tough. Like I've had to turn it right down because my left arm is just killing me. Even during practice, it gets real heavy. Like I run it at 1-to-1 ratio, which a lot of guys probably don't do that, but I like having a heavy wheel and having a lot of feel through the wheel. But yeah, it's if you probably talk to me in about an hour's time, I will be huffing and puffing.
Okay, we'll definitely do that. We'll wait till you go right into that corner, get it loose, and we'll bring you up. But do you hold it like the NASCAR, both hands on the left as you go through the corner, or do you keep it at the traditional racing 9-to-2, 10-to-2 position, or whatever it is?
Occasionally, I swap around. I do the 10-to-2 mainly most of the time, but then when I'm really getting stuck into it and get right into the zone, I actually do put both hands on one side. You got to keep both hands on it because you can't drive these wheels with one hand, otherwise it just flies off. Especially if you get hit by someone or get hit in the wall, it hurts.
Yeah, I've heard people break their thumbs if they don't let go of these things. That's how much force they can produce. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's definite. That's a guarantee, mate. I have done it myself.
Man, Gary, have you got any more questions for Daniel before we let him get his race hat on?
No, I think we should let him go get his oval helmet back on and get ready for the race. He's starting in the back. You got a long ways to go, 600 miles. You're going to be starting back there with some good competition. Hopefully we can see you get up through the front and keep this thing caution-free.
Yeah, it wasn't the way I wanted to turn out, but like I said, I gave it too much Daniel on my qualifying lap, so unfortunately I'm starting down the back. But it's a long race. I'm just going to take it easy, keep my head down, and keep it clean, and hopefully I get the MFR 66 at the last lap.
Got to be there in the end to get it there. So good luck to you, and we'll be watching you all night.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Fantastic. That was Daniel Stevens, folks. He's our spotlight driver tonight. We'll cross back to him later, probably under yellow, and see how his night's progressing.
Do we have Jason Martin to talk to for a couple of minutes? See how he's sitting on pole?
Yep, we'll bring him in. Did you want to have a chat with him?
Yeah, see what he feels about his pole.
G'day, mate.
Hey, Jason, how you doing tonight?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How about you?
Oh, not too bad. Sitting down for a long night. What do you think about your pole run? Just a little bit off your hot lap time.
Yeah, my setup was pretty loose and I saw a couple of people spinning, so I just took it a little bit easier to make sure I'd put in a good clean lap.
Yeah, I didn't think the guys were spinning on cold tires coming out of getting into the turn, but do you think you got it again tonight? You're always a front runner and always looking to win one of these long races. How do you feel?
Actually pretty worried. The first 5 to 10 laps, my setup is an absolute nightmare. After that, it comes real good, and then after about 30, it's a nightmare again, so gonna be interesting.
Yeah, well, hopefully everybody else has the same, and they can keep it from going around. This is going to be a long race, 400 laps around this place, 600 miles. What are you going to do for the night as far as everything's concerned? You got everything sitting around you, nice enough water?
Yeah, already got a couple of drinks ready and had a bit of a break, so hopefully I'll be ready and be able to last a distance.
That's good. We're looking forward to seeing you at the end, that's for sure.
Yep, just watch me struggle them first 5 to 10 laps. I could lose a few spots.
Well, hopefully everybody else is the same. I mean, this track is cold. And iRacing did a really good job with the cold tire handling. So you need to bring the tire temps up a couple laps to do that. And if you guys are racing hard, it could get interesting for first couple of laps, but hopefully it all comes out nice and smooth and everybody's going good.
Yep, looking forward to it. Should be a good one.
It should. Bernie, you got anything for the pole sitter?
No, just congratulations once again. I guess you're going to do what you normally do, get out there and do your hot lapping, I guess you could call it, and see who can hang on. Are you worried about this track, or what about people like Chris and that? He's seemed pretty competitive in practice.
Yeah, I'm more worried about my setup in these first few laps. It's real terrible to drive, but then after that, I reckon I'll be pretty good.
Awesome. We'll definitely keep an eye out for that, but we should let you go. You've got a 3 minutes 40 until you've got a grid up, so we'll let you get back to your team and get suited up, mate.
All right, thanks, mate. Hopefully we keep the race entertaining for yous.
Have a good night. Good luck, Jason.
Yeah,
it looks like we've had a couple people fall out. Jason Sorensen fell out, had something going on with his computer, and Michael Letter has disconnected again. So hopefully these guys can make it back in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes till the race start. We might bring Dave down very quickly to have a quick chat with him about his car. It looked pretty loose, so we'll see if he's sorted that out. Hi, Dave. Do you have time to have a quick chat?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I won't hold you up. We noticed your cars was a bit loose out there on qualifying. Have you and your pit crew sorted that out?
Not really. The plan is to sort of, once it gets into the race a little bit, after a couple of laps, it sort of tightens up a bit. So just get through the first couple of laps and see how we go, I guess.
Okay, fantastic. Well, starting from 10th tonight in the number 10, and wish you the best of luck, mate. We'll let you get back to your crew and get ready for the start.
Yeah, cheers, guys. We'll give it a good crack.
Yep, no worries.
Good luck, Dave.
Yeah, it's always
Looks like-
Sorry, mate. I'm going to talk over you all night. It's going to be one of those nights.
I don't think anybody's going to worry about that as it gets comical the later we go. Michael and John have been able to connect back up, so it looks like we're looking good. 2 minutes to go.
Okay. Do you reckon we should have a chat with Darren McKenzie, or do you reckon we should leave him be with 2 minutes to go?
Darren's usually a pretty fair guy. Let's see. Let's give him a go. He's got to be happy. He's up front, starting up front tonight.
Okay, we'll bring him in quickly. Hi, Darren. Sorry to trouble you. Minute 30 to race start. Have you got time for a very quick chat?
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Fantastic. Well, I tell you what, qualified 5th tonight. That's looking pretty good. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised by it, actually. Chucked in the set from setup sync and full tape, and yeah, she runs pretty well.
Fantastic. And a lot of guys are worried about being a bit loose in the first couple of laps here while tyres warm up. Is that a concern for you, or are you pretty confident?
No, it is very loose. I was going to ask over chat if everyone else was loose as well, but yeah, it's definitely looking that way. So as long as we take the first 4 or 5 cautiously, we should have a good race.
Fantastic. We'll let you go, mate. You've got 40 seconds to get in that car. Thanks for being a great sport and having a chat with us.
No worries. Thank you.
Good luck, Darren.
Yeah, it's always a hard time for drivers, you know, this close out to have a chat with us, but I appreciate the fact that they take that time, so that's good.
Yeah, it helps kill the time also. Plus, you know, kind of even though they're in the mindset of getting the race going, especially somebody like Darren, he's sitting up there up front. I don't think he's sat up front in one of these races, these long races, for any of the events. And he's in the beehive there. Was it 3rd row, 4th row? He's going to be almost in the middle of a skating rink. It's going to be interesting to see, and hopefully, like he said, hopefully these guys can get through the first 4 or 5 laps and let her run.
Yeah, definitely. So while the guys get suited up, folks, let's take you through the grid very shortly. I'll just see if any of the guys are getting in their cars. Yeah, they're getting ready. So let's go through the grid so you can see where your favourite driver will be starting this evening. So starting out of pole position on the front row, on the inside will be Jason Martin. He set a time 27.67 seconds. Right next to him, though, is the number 53. That will be Edward Foster. Moving back to the second row tonight, Danny G. He'll start on the inside. He's posted 3rd fastest time, 27.858. And James Foster, that's Edward's brother, starts in 4th on the outside. So we'll see if the Foster brothers have been talking about a strategy. Darren McKenzie, we just spoke to him in the 75. He's going to start out of the 3rd row. He has the 920. Chris Purnell starting next to him. As we move back to the 4th row, Matthew Clowett. He will start out of 7th, and Mirko Dortnack will start on the outside in 8th. Looking back to the 5th row, we have Roger Clark starting out of 9th on the inside. He's joined by the number 10. Starting out of 10, that is Dave Douglas on the outside of him. Back in the 6th row, we have Gavin Sadler, and he's joined by Norman Clark on the outside of him. As we move back through the field here, folks, 7th row, Colin J. Herman will be starting out of 13th. He has the number 35. Joshua Carroll Walden starting out of 14th on the outside of him. Then 15th fastest, or the 8th row, is Stephen Williams starting on the inside. He's joined on the grid by Adam Mitchell. Then we have, 9th row, Michael Latta will be starting out of 17th on the inside, with John Sorensen out of 18th. As we move back to the 10th row, Sam Deventia did not post a time, and he will start out of 19th on the inside, and Daniel Stevens will start next to him out of 20th. That's our spotlight driver in the number 66. As we move back to 11th now, I'm not sure if these guys will start. We have Steve Hoppert out of 21st, Leo Smith out of 22nd, and Phil Otto makes up our field of 23 drivers.
Yeah, Phil Otto is on the track. He's last one in lineup, first one to go out on the track, but he's out there and hopefully he can give it the best he's got.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to be going green here very soon, folks, and it's going to be interesting. I'm not sure what this is going to bring for us. Hopefully not too many cautions and we get some good, hard, strong racing. But at the moment, the 21 with the 53, 21's going to lead these guys away, Gary, and that is Jason Martin.
Yeah, pace car lights are out, and it's going to be fun to watch, especially with the Foster brothers on the outside. But the inside line through the turns is going to be where it's at as the pace car is leaving, and Jason Martin's going to bring him to the flag. Here we go.
So here we go, Colt. Sorry, Gary, go for it, mate.
It's green. Take her away.
Yeah, I was going to say cold tyres here at Charlotte. The guys are going to have to be pretty cautious. Hopefully none of them are going to get into trouble there. We did see one of the cars getting a bit loose on the inside. That was a black and green, but he's kept it straight. It's looking like we got through 1 and 2 fairly cleanly here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going into 3 and 4. A couple cars up high. Jason's leading them through. Everybody looks pretty solid. Nobody seems to be doing anything they're not supposed to be doing as they cross start-finish line for lap number 1.
Yeah, so looking at your top 5 at the moment, folks, we've got Jason Martin leading Edward Foster in the 53. Edwards keeping Chris Purnell behind him, covering him off as they are starting to get a bit of a drag going here with Danny G in the 24. That's 75. That's Darren McKenzie working on the inside now of the 24. He should make this move. He gets loose on the exit as gets a big wobble there in front of Danny G and James Foster.
Yeah, I think he's doing the best he can do to hang on. He's got no airflow down there, so there he goes coming out of 2 with a little wiggle, but he's still hanging in there. Third spot, looking like he's going after Edward. Gets up under Edward Foster and looks like he's going to stick it. Maybe he can come out as they almost get together there. Start-finish line looks like it's Foster on top, second place.
Yeah, I tell you what, Darren's got that car hooked up down low as he now moves ahead of Foster. He's got Jason Martin in his sights ahead of him. Now, we've seen this time and time again. When people try to chase Jason down, they generally burn up their tyres because Jason's phenomenal with his tyres. We'll see what Darren can bring to the party.
Well, I imagine Darren's got to be excited right now. He's looking at the leader of the race. He doesn't get to do that too often, and the times that he does, he ends up with bad luck. Somebody comes up and just kicks him out of the way. So looks like him and Jason are just kind of walking away from everybody. Are they going to use up their tires early, and these guys are going to come back and just put him behind the field, or what's going to happen? Is Edward Foster like he's going to try and take the lead? Darren is taking the lead.
We've got who's that car? Sorry, folks. That is Colin J. Herman bringing the car straight down pit road, lap 6 here, so it hasn't gone the way for the 005. Hopefully you can get that car fixed and come back out, but he's dropped a lap, and we stay under green here, but Darren McKenzie takes the lead in 75, starts to set the pace, and I reckon he's got a pretty good car under him.
Right now, it looks like he's got it. He was a little worried the first couple of laps, but looks like he's doing what he's got to do to put Jason back there.
Yeah, and then we've got the 53, the Foster brothers. Now, as I said, family, I'm sure that the brotherly love, they'll work together through this. They won't beat each other up at all.
Oh, we got a car to the wall coming out into turn 1, the 99.
It's Michael Ladder in the wall. He's off the racing line, though, as he gets out of that car, gets it towed back. Let's have a look at that and just see how that unfolded. It looks pretty nasty. Flashing in and out a bit, wasn't he? He was well off the pace, wasn't he?
Yeah, he fell off the pace. I'm not sure what happened. As he's coming out at 4, he just got loose going through the trioval, got into the grass and spun, and he just barely missed the 005 coming back out on the pit, off the pit road as he came in for tires.
Oh, yeah, heavy hit. That'll wake up the 005 that was Herman there, but that looks like fast repair will be used for Michael Ladder if he had time to turn it on, that is. Looks like he did not, so that could be the end of his run for quite some time. But out
could be, and Jason Martin has regained the lead on lap 10 from the 75 car, and the 75 car seems either he slipped up while we were looking at the replay, or he had it for a minute and let it go.
Yeah, so this is what Jason was saying, wasn't he? He thought the car was going to be loose at the start of the stint. Now that car's warmed up, he reckons he's going to have a bit of a rocket under him, so we'll see how he goes. Further back, Chris Purnell in the M&M 920. He's sitting back here in 5th. He's starting to come up on the Foster brothers here, who are just towing each other around at the moment on that high line. But Chris has got a pretty good run. His car's looking good, and we'll see if he can make any moves here.
And you got Matthew Cloet. He's not too far behind. He's keeping up with everybody right now. Seems like he's just settled in. He knows he's got a long run. And Danny G's look like he's just chasing him around.
Just having a look out at Chris Purnell's car with the gyro cam here. You can see the 14 on the high line as he tucks back in again.
Yeah, as you're looking through the gyro cam, you really get a sense of how these things run, and as you're looking at it, it looks like you have absolutely no room in these cars, but in all actuality, you have about a car's width between you. It's just real tight inside that cockpit, and almost claustrophobic if you're not in the tight spaces.
Yeah, and of course all that's to protect the driver, isn't it? As we see the 14 now, Chris has got an awesome run. I think he's going to get this position, or maybe not.
It all comes out of the turn. I mean, James is able to hold the speed going into the turn in the high side, but the low line is the shortest way around the track. So it looks like James, or I'm getting lost here. Chris is able to pull that one out. Yeah,
so Purnell now moves up to 4th. He's working on the back of the 53. 53 is another good car, and that's Edward Foster in the front of the pack here. And we'll see Purnell now on the low side starting to work that low line once more. And as they go through the tri-oval, he should get this one. He might have to work for a half a lap though.
Looks like Purnell's got the same kind of setup basically that Jason does. It's a little loose first 5-6 laps, then it comes to play, and as we're 15 laps into it, these guys, the car's coming to them and they're lighting them up and getting them going. And look at the 54 car, Matthew Cloet challenging the Foster brothers right now as well.
Yeah, I guess you'd rather have, and you can correct me on this if you like, Gary, you'd probably want to have a looser car at the start than a tighter car later on that's going to start pushing too much.
Yeah, the car's going to start getting tight. The longer you run, these cars are going to get tight, and then it'll be tight into 2 or 1. A little loose, maybe a little free, and coming out of 2. And then some of these guys will have it hooked up into 3 and really loose coming out of 4. So every one of these turns at this track has a different, as we've got a yellow flag coming out for, who was that, the 99? 95.
95, that's Sam Deventia. We'll have a look at that and just see what's unfolded. The car's not damaged, so it looks like he might have just had a spin and kept that off the wall. Let's have a look.
Looks like he's coming through the tri-oval. Feels pretty good. Gets loose coming out of 2 and almost says it, but hooks it back the other way and kind of just barely clips the wall. Should be okay. He's hopefully go in there and get some repaired. He does have some right front damage on that car.
Yeah, so I thought he kept it off the wall. I saw one, the left side, it looks pretty good, but yeah, he'll go and get that car repaired and come back out. Let's have a look. It doesn't look too bad. Has he come in? No, he has not.
No, he hasn't come in. I hope he realizes he's got damage, but he doesn't have to use a fast repair. We've got caution. It doesn't look like too much damage, so he should go in for some 4 tires, fill up the fuel, and get that damage fixed. It looks like he's coming in right now.
Yeah, the whole field looks like they're coming in at the moment, folks, so you can see them all streaming down. Jason Martin will lead them down here. We'll see what Darren McKenzie's crew can do, if he can jump him off pit road, and the 920 in third as well. That's Chris Purnell.
As we got Jason Martin right here pulling into his pits. Everybody's pulling in. Looks like they're getting squared up. Nobody's having to back up. So everybody looked like they got in their pits pretty good this time around.
Yeah, 4 tyres. You can see them all throwing them on as the first car out. Darren McKenzie got the run to the line. Jason Martin, then Purnell, Cloet. Then we have Edward Foster, Danny G, James Foster, Roger Clark, and that's your top 8. Mirko Dortnack 9th, Gavin Sadler comes out 10th.
We've still got a few more cars coming out to the pit lane here.
Just looking at who's that one in there. That's Sam Deventia there getting that car repaired as he comes back out now. He will be restarting in 18th position, and he's the last car on the lead lap. Colin Herman, he's still out there. He's 1 lap down, and he probably got that lap back because I think he stayed out. Or did he?
I am not sure.
So yeah, great work there on the pit stop for the 75, back in the lead, and Purnell now in the 920 out of third there.
Yeah, the 05 is coming back into the pits, still a lap down at this time.
Yeah, he's struggling, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got right side of the car is pretty flat, so we'll see what he can get done here.
Yeah, and Deventia's back in, keeping that car on the lead lap. The pit crew will go back to work on it, and no doubt they'll be looking at getting that car out before the pace car comes through. So pace cars now coming through turn 3 and 4 here, and we'll see what Deventia can do. Yep, Deventia's out now, and keeping that car on the lead lap.
Yeah, he's going to leave the pit road as the pace car comes out of 4.
The pace car lights are still on, folks, so we will be going green next time by, I would say. And just wondering, do you reckon I've got time for a quick pit stop before we go green?
Yeah, we do. It takes
Awesome.
about a minute to get around here under caution speed.
All right, here we go.
And the pace car lights are out. As the 75 car is going to lead the team to the green flag on lap 22. They're getting lined up going into turn 3. Everybody's getting side by side, getting ready to tighten your belts. We're going to do this another time as the pace car is about to take off.
Okay, I'm back. How did I do?
You did very well. Pace car is just about to leave, and then Darren Stephen takes the green flag and leads these guys off in the lap 22.
So here we go once again, folks. Lap 22 of 400. Darren McKenzie gets a good run here, but Chris Purnell, he's under attack from Matt Clowett, who goes the high line, takes that third position and moves up. And now Danny G, he's having a go on the 920. Of course, these cars are going to be pretty loose again, aren't they? Because they're on fresh tyres. They're going to be cold, Gary.
Yeah, they're on cold tires right now, and I don't know why they're pushing it, but they single filed real quick, so it should be a little safer if they do get loose. Nobody's going to get in anybody unless it really gets hectic, but that 920 car seems to be holding his own.
Tell you what, that was close. Gavin Sadler got it all sorts of sideways there. I don't know how he saved it, and I don't know how the drivers avoided him, but I thought we were going to be in for a big one there.
Some of these guys can really hang it out, and that's good because they've been practicing.
Yeah, well, Gavin, he's used to hanging it out. He's normally a dirt track racer, so he'd probably be used to having them sideways, but having a NASCAR sideways would probably be a bit of a different story, I'd say.
It's a different story, and it's a whole lot slower as he's gone backwards to 10th right now. But looks like Darren McKenzie's just walking away. As Jason's just kind of biding his time right now.
You can see now that's John Sorensen in the 16. He's moving into 12th position. Just got past Dave Douglas here, but up front, Darren McKenzie, as you were saying, 2.7 seconds. It was the gap last time by. So he's last time 28.438. He's the only one in the 28s. Jason Martin, 29.025. And I'd say he's just pacing his race, running his strategy.
Yeah, I think he might have it figured out. But again, we're only 26 laps in, and anything can happen. But I'm happy for Darren that he's out there up front running some lead laps. He's probably got a grin from ear to ear, and he's got a grip on that steering wheel. And you probably couldn't pry off.
Yeah, well, he definitely knows how to run a car, that's for sure. Normally, if we've seen him before working his way from the back of the pack, and that's, where he'd get into trouble isn't on his own. He'd just get in someone else's accident. But he's used to traffic, and he looks like he's used to leading too, because he's doing a great job.
Oh, yeah, no discredit to his driving ability on iRacing. But when you're out front, especially with Jason Martin behind you, he probably needs to breathe to stay out there. But with Jason's coming up a little bit, he's only 2 seconds behind him now. So he's still running pretty good times. But Jason is going to speed up, and he's, again, with Jason behind you, you better breathe.
Yeah, exactly right. It's getting a bit interesting here. The Foster brothers are still going, James and Edward there, and they're following each other around. They've got Danny G ahead of them in the number 24. They've got a bit of a gap back to Roger Clark, and right behind him is Gavin Sadler. Gavin sitting in 9th and rounding out your top 10. That's Mirko Dortnack back there, and he's in the 62 orange car.
Yeah, and a ways back, we've got Joshua Carroll Walden and John Sorensen looking for 10th and 11th with Dave Douglas and Phil Otto right up in the mix, starting dead last at the 21st spot, up there at the 14th spot now after a round of pit stops in lap 30.
Yeah, John Sorensen moves up to 11th now, so he's taken a few positions the last couple of laps as he starts pushing that Penrite forward. And good little battle pack going on here as Dave Douglas now goes on the inside of the 35.
Yeah, we've always got to fight in the middle and mid-pack, and that's where a lot of the action is going to be. As these guys up front, they just get single file and get complacent and getting their own deal as Jason Martin has got within a second of Darren.
Yeah, well, he was saying over the longer run, Jason's car, he's pretty happy with it as we're riding on the roof cam now. You can just see him closing in. He's got a lot of pace in this car as that gap now down to 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to challenge him for the lead here, coming out of turn 2 down the back stretch.
He's just got so much more pace through those corners, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a lot more stick, but Darren isn't giving up. He's not giving it to him easy. He's not going to hand it to him, that's for sure. As Jason Martin looks like he's going to pull. No, yeah, he pulls the lead out of there coming through the start-finish line.
Yeah, he'll tuck back in now though, because Jason Martin's just carrying so much more speed through those corners. And I'll tell you what, he closed in quick, didn't he? 2.7 seconds, I think it was, down to 0.7. Not sure if something happened to Darren or not, but Jason has definitely sent out a signal that he's got a good car and he wants to go racing.
Yeah, I think Darren could be figuring everything out. You know, he said he picked a new setup, added some tape, and qualified, you know, very well. So maybe he's doing the same thing with his race set. And he'll get it figured out by the time the race is going. He seems to be going in the right direction, running in the second spot, half a second behind Jason. We got Chris Purnell. Looks like he's going to be doing some catching as he's been looking at the back bumper of Darren.
Yeah, and then we've got this battle pack further back, folks. Danny G's leading them. It's the Foster brothers and then Roger Clark. It's good to see Roger having a good run here. And he's sitting in 8th position. Gavin Sadler's just off the back of these guys. And then we've got Mirko off the back of him. But these guys look like they're just drafting each other up at the moment, not doing a lot of fighting. And it's probably not much point. Only lap 35 here of 400. Hell of a long way to go.
Yeah, it looks like Roger's just getting in line here. He gets up in the mix. He gets up there and he runs with these guys. He runs in packs, and then he ends up being the outcome of somebody else's mistake. So hopefully he can make it the whole way untouched and get up front and contend with Jason and Darren for the lead.
So it definitely looks like the Foster boys are working or playing nice with each other today. And we'll see how that goes when we get down to the business end. As we can see, I think that might have been Colin Herman or Adam Mitchell coming back out. No, it must be Adam Mitchell just coming back up to speed in the number 17. He's now 31 laps down, but still circulating.
Yeah, he fell out of the race for a minute. Not sure what happened, but his computer didn't like hanging on anymore, so he fell out and trying to get back in. Looks like he's cutting in okay. A little slow, but hopefully he gets it up.
Yeah, he wants to get that car up to speed, which he's doing now. He's just cautious coming back out where the traffic was. It looks like we might have lost the 99. That's Michael Latter sitting in 20th. Looks like he's our first retirement tonight.
Yeah, he wrecked pretty hard. He might have called it a night after the first pits. He knew he couldn't keep up with everybody, so you know, instead of being in the way, it's a good thing to do. Being a new guy here, I guess, just kind of bow out and come back next race and see what you can do.
Yeah, because the last thing you want to be is someone who crashes out and brings out yellows, then continues going on. I think sometimes it's the best course of valor to step aside and get back to doing some more laps.
Yeah, you get a lot of respect from me if you got an ill-handling car and you wreck it and you just can't keep it out of the wall or whatever, and you decide to go ahead and bow out, and you're going to get a lot of respect from me. I'm not going to make fun of you for leaving the race, quitting the race or whatever, because you just did everybody a favor by not bringing out more cautions and extending this race longer than it should. So kudos to Michael. I hope your luck gets better and you can just go on from here.
Yeah, definitely.
It looks like Jason Martin has really increased his lead, almost 5 seconds, 4.8 ahead of Darren. And looks like Chris Purnell is looking at the bumper of the 75 car as he's going to contend for that second spot.
Yeah, then we've got Matty Clowett there on the back of these guys going with them, so the 54's looking good tonight. He's got that car handling, and then we've got Danny G still with the Foster brothers. That's Edward and James behind him in 6th and 7th. Roger's still 8th, and then 9th and 10th is Gavin and Mirko. Just having a look further back to see if we've got any battles going here. I think Sam DeVenti is having a good run with Stephen Williams in the 98, and they've got Norman for company back here.
Yeah, Norman's kind of a sneaker here, as he looks like he's going to take Stephen Williams on the outside. That was close. As Williams got a little loose there, but yeah, Norman looks like he's having a good run. He's probably not in the best position he wants to be, but after that pit stop, something happened, and he just ended up back there. So looks like he's gathered it up, and as he's contending for Stephen, take the 17th spot away and get back up there to Sam.
Yeah, he's on the back of Sam now, so he'll see what he can do in the number 11, going for the low line here. Sam's up high, and he should make this position, as Sam's given him a lot of room. Still racing for it, though.
Yeah, Sam was able to carry the speed through the turn. Turn 4, coming out of turn 4 is going to be the deciding factor right here, as Norman goes ahead and pulls ahead of Sam.
Yeah, you can just see that damage on the front of Sam's car. I don't know if that's going to affect it too much, but now Stephen Williams is going through. We can see the 17. That is Adam Mitchell coming back out of the pits again, so he's in a world of pain out there at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with him. Hopefully he realizes something and gets whatever it is fixed. But again, he had connection issues a minute ago, so we'll see. But Danny Stevens taking 14th spot away from Joshua Carroll here just a couple laps ago, as they ran side by side through turns 1 and 2, 3, and 4 for a lap.
Yeah, so he's up 6 positions into 14th now, and yeah, that car is slowly moving forward. But this battle back here with Sam, it looks like that's been resolved now. Stephen Williams has got past, but Sam's not letting him go. He's still chasing him down.
Yeah, 4/10 of a second. He can gather himself up and catch him up as long as he can stay off the wall. But Stephen Williams, these two seem to be doing pretty good, as Norman Clark is just walking away from these two as he got past them. So I'm not sure if these guys are just ill-handling cars and Norman's got a good set of tires or what, but Norman's just walking away as he got past these guys.
Yeah, he's, as you're saying, the sleeper of the pack. If he, starts working out his strategy and the cards fall right, he'll be up there at the end. That's for sure, but we'll see how they go as we jump back up to second now. It's Darren McKenzie, Chris Purnell are still nose to tail here, and then the 54 starting to get a bit of a gap spreading out now. But Roger Clark and Mirko Dortnack, they're going side by side down the back straight here.
Yeah, it looks like a little race out there as Roger Clark's on the outside, but as we've seen before, that inside coming out of turn 4 is where you want to be, so Roger Clark's going to back off and let him have all the room he needs.
Yeah, and we can see Sadler and the 16 of Sorensen there. They were side by side as well. Looks like Evans moved up that position to 10th. And then Dave Douglas and Phil Otto have a bit of a gap there. The number 1 of Phil Otto is still circulating back here in the lucky number position 13.
Yeah, I got him marked in 12th spot. His car's still clean. He's just out there running clean. Started tonight 21st spot after wrecking on his first lap qualifying, so doesn't seem like he's had too much trouble. Yeah, he's got a little bit of marks on the right side of the car, but doesn't look like he's got too much trouble going on right now. He's holding his own. It's like Danny Stevens is about 5 seconds behind him, 3 seconds behind him. Basically got the whole track to himself. He can just use it as he needs it and get smooth and create a rhythm, and hopefully he can catch Phil.
Yeah, that's it. And that's the thing about these long races, isn't it? They it's not so much of racing for position this early on. It's more surviving. That is the name of the game. Just pacing out these long races on the laps.
Yeah, it's definitely attrition for sure. But again, you can't just ride around back. You know, I've tried riding around back, and it just doesn't work. You end up being the product of somebody else's mess, and it'll end your night in a hurry. Somebody's down there on the low line in the apron.
Yeah, that's Sam DeVentia in the 95 just coming out. This car's now pitted about 3 times as Sam's bringing it back up to speed. That car's gone down 1 lap.
Yeah, he's got something going on. Trying to come back out. He looks like he's going back in the pits. Serving a penalty, speeding, who knows?
Yeah. 95 goes back in for, we'll see if they, oh, there we go.
Caution's out.
So that's the 005, I think. Colin Herman, I think he might have brought it out.
He is sitting on pit road currently.
Let's go back and see if we can work this out, folks. No, he was already on pit road when that yellow came out.
This is going to be a tough one to find.
Yeah, normally we're right on top of it, aren't we?
It's going to be a long night.
It certainly is. Especially for you. I don't know what time it is over there now.
Late, but it's going to get later.
Just having a look at the 98 to work out if... Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a mystery here, trying to work out who brought that yellow out.
Yeah, iRacing doesn't really have the capabilities of doing that. Is the flag stays yellow and it doesn't let you know what's going on, and if you're not really on top of it, you're going to lose it.
Yeah, well, that's it, and that's what we've done here this time, folks. But race off pit road once more. We'll see what Darren McKenzie brings. And last time he came out first, just saw, I think there was James Foster reversing back into his pit box. So that's going to cost him a bit of time here. You can see Jason Martin, 4 tyres on. He comes out first. Darren McKenzie, good run, second, just ahead of Danny G. Then we've got Edward Foster, Mirko Dortnack, just getting out in front of the 09. No, Roger beat him off the line there.
Yeah, I found our culprit of the yellow flag. It was Phil Otto, as he got loose coming out of turn 4 into the tri-oval and put it in the infield, and managed to keep the car straight. But I think that's what brought out the yellow, and everybody got around him and nobody got hurt.
Okay, we'll see if we can pick that up.
Back at the end of 48, beginning of lap 49, as he comes out of turn 4. Look, he got a little loose coming out of turn 2, gathered it back up, got down the straightaway, and then 3 he looked okay, and then into 4 he just got loose coming into the tri-oval and put it in the infield, and he saved it, didn't hit anybody. Everybody got back on a track, and we're gonna go racing again.
See if we can pick this up. No, he's bringing it back in again, so it must have been back 40. Go back once more. Sorry, folks. It's I'm just trying to pick this up.
I'm not sure what lap you're on there, but he was running in front of a couple of cars at lap 48, and he had it going on. He was doing pretty good, looking clean. You know, we were just talking about him, racing clean, racing steady, and then all of a sudden, as it happens, he just loses it, and you know, whatever brings out the caution. These guys can go in, get a good set of tires, and fuel it up, and let's go again.
I'm just waiting here. Sam should get who'd got the wave around? I think the lucky dog, was it Phil? I'm not sure who gets it. But looking at your top 10 as they will restart here, folks, it will be Jason Martin will lead them off as Sam Deventia gets that wave by. Then we've got Darren McKenzie starting behind him with Danny G in third. Fourth will be Edward Foster, Roger Clark fifth, Mirko Dortnack starts back out as sixth with John Sorensen in 16th. He will start out as seventh. Eighth is James Foster. That did cost him when he had to reverse back in his pit box. Ninth will be Dave Douglas, and rounding out your top 10 is Gavin Sadler.
Yeah, Phil Otto brought out the caution. He was the first car lap down, but since he brought out the caution, he didn't get the lucky dog. As Sam Deventiar was able to get back around and come back on the tail end of the lead lap.
Yeah, Brad let us know it was the car one that spun coming into the pits. So it's great having a third set of eyes, isn't it, to help us out here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he won't be with us when we really need it, when we're tired and we're about at the last couple hours. He'll be having to get to bed so he can take care of that young kid who's his in the morning. Yeah,
exactly right. And it's always great to have him join us, but he's also got a lot of responsibilities with his family at the moment. So yeah, it's great
back
that
he's green flag racing as Jason Martin takes him in with Darren McKenzie right there challenging for the lead at the start of this new pit cycle.
Yep, and Darren takes the lead, as you said. Then Roger Clark now just rounding up on the outside of Danny G. Here he's got Mirko Dortnack there, almost three wide through the tri-oval, but now Mirko pulls back in, back to single file they go. Roger's going high though in the 9. Seems to like running that car up high.
Yeah, it's a good place to go if you're loose. You're not going to get hit that wall too hard.
Just having a look, where's Mirko? He's up into third now, working that low line. And Roger's decided Danny G's not going quick enough. He tucks in underneath him. John Sorensen tucks in under the 9. And Danny G's going backwards at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like you got a mixture of guys up contending for the lead and for the front spot. But again, we're 60 laps into it. We've got plenty to go. And we got Jason Martin just sitting there going, ha, 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 because in about 5 laps, he's going to turn the jets on and take off with these guys.
yeah, exactly right. And,
this will be the third time we've seen it tonight, and it's just comical how that happens. That guy, he's got something going on, and guys have been saying there's cheating in iRacing, but there's no way. You don't have any files on your computer. You don't have anything that you can change on your computer. So when you see a guy like Jason Martin, he's actually doing it honest. But it's just amazing to watch.
Yeah, he's a real talent, isn't he? And that's one thing iRacing did early in the days. There was a lot of accusations that people were cheating, but they've got anti-cheat codes on and all sorts of things in the background now to make sure no one's doing it. And I can guarantee you Jason is not. He's just a very, very talented driver.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not accusing him at all. I'm just saying that's what it looks like because he's just so consistent, and every race, every track, doesn't matter where he goes, he spends a lot of time on his setup. He works on his setup a lot, works at it hard, and he's consistent. And like he said when we talked to him, first 5 laps are junk. After that, it comes to me for 10 to 15 laps, and then it just slowly rolls off. So looked like Roger Clark almost got into the wall there.
It looked really a little bit tight there. He went right up. So we'll see what happens this time. He's got it down low again this time, so maybe he just got it a bit loose as he's battling hard with the 16 at the moment.
Yeah, he's running high in 1 and 2, and he's trying to run low in 3 and 4. And I think he just had a little bit too much speed going into 1 and 2 that time, and got a little higher than he wanted to. And of course, as I say that, he runs low line in 1 and 2. We'll have to have a talk with him about that.
I'm just waiting for these afterburners. It looks like they're kicking in about now. As you can see, Jason Martin getting a gap over Mirko now. The gap was 1.7 seconds. Let's stay with him and see if he closes in like he did. 1.4 seconds, so he took 0.3 out that time by.
Yeah, it doesn't look like McKenzie is running any different line than what he was before. It's just Jason Martin picks up speed, and he's catching him, you know, a tenth and a half a lap as he gets another tenth off of him as he's catching. So a couple more laps, he'll be looking at the back bumper of Darren, and Darren just needs to, you know, just be Darren. Don't try to race him right now. Just run your car and it'll all come to you.
Yeah, exactly right. Just run your race, and I'd say that's exactly what Darren will be doing. As we can see that gap slowly closing down. Was 1.3 seconds. It's now, as they go through, just over 1 second. So he's taken another 0.3 out.
Yeah, and he's actually pulling away from Mirko and Roger and everybody. So there's that proverbial jetpack that he's got. It's just kicking in. It's fun to watch.
It is. It's awesome to watch. And the thing is with these guys, they would have learnt that at this point in the time, there's no point trying to push your car to keep up if you don't have that car under you, because we've seen it before. They just burn up their tyres and drop back through the pack.
Yeah, you know, there's something about some of us racers that when we put the helmet on, we just put on stupid too, and man, it's just put the foot to the wood and go as fast as you can, as long as you can. But then you got guys like Jason, he puts the helmet on, he puts a smart helmet on, and runs a smart race. But you know, I'm with Darren on most times. I get my foot in it and I go, and I end up going backwards. And then there's sometimes where I go forwards. I'm one of the slowest guys, and I catch up to the leaders. But looks like Darren's going to be contending or holding off Jason here in about half a lap. Jason's going to come in as they hit the triover for lap 70 as Jason Martin's right there on the back bumper. Looks like he might do the same thing he did last time to Darren. Come out of 2, got a bigger head of steam, cuts down low, takes him on the inside through the back stretch, takes him high on 3 and 4. He'll pull the lead coming out of the start-finish line.
Man, they're getting in close to each other there as the roof cam shows you how close they actually were.
Yeah, the roof cam actually gives you more definition of how close these cars are as you watch the spectator cam and everything. But yeah, the kind of makes me a little nauseous watching that and the TV cam at the same time.
I'll turn it off if you want.
No, because it's good viewing for everybody. But yeah, as Jason just pulls the lead, you know, comes right out of turn 4 on him and takes the lead, and he'll just slowly walk away. It'd be nice if Darren could contend for the lead back, but it looks like they're a little squirrely. He's trying. He's definitely trying.
There you go, man. You can take some more nausea tablets. I could have swirled it around like 360s a few times for you.
Well, I've got the live version in one eye, and I've got the online version in another eye, and it was a trip.
I'm going to do that when you get a bit tired a bit later on. That should keep you focused. Let's see Purnell now.
Looks like we've got a little competition between Roger and Mirko. Roger's looking for the 3 spot, but it doesn't look like Mirko's going to really give it to him that easy, as Mirko's going to come back for him and coming out of turn 4 here. But Roger is going to walk away with 3rd spot.
Yeah, he's got that car hooked up tonight, hasn't he?
Well, right now he does, and I hope he continues to have it. But right now it seems like they've got Roger Clark Specials tires on there.
Yeah, I think I heard them say it was perfectly matched or something.
He gets every now and then he gets a set that he likes, and I don't know. It's weird. It's weird how the game actually does that, where you have several pit stops and you don't change a thing, but the tires are different, and I can't explain it. But Mirko's right there on his bumper, man. He's not letting him get away. That's for sure.
No, he's just sitting there, pushing him along at the moment.
And you got the Fosters with Danny G sitting in between them. These guys look like they're pretty much just running around circles for the time being, as the 10 of Dave Douglas and Matthew Plutt are looking to change positions for 10th and 9th.
Yeah, I was going to say Danny G's car looks like it's normalised now and he's back up to pace.
Yeah, he's contending with the Foster brothers, so that in itself is a race.
Yeah, especially when you've got them either side and they're just going past the 005. That is Colin Herman. He's down 20 laps at the moment. Looks like we've lost John Sorensen too.
I think that was through a computer error. He had an unacceptable level for his internet or something, and so hopefully he can get that sorted and come back.
Yeah, because he had a lot of pace, didn't he? He was up there with Roger for a bit, fighting it out.
Yeah, he was running pretty good. He was running some good laps, running up there. He was in the top. He was definitely in the top 10. I think he was up there 7th and 6th with Roger when that came out. So yeah, hopefully he can get back in here and continue racing, not go too many laps down. And I know that feeling. I was up there in one race in an IMSA, and was holding my own pretty good with the C7 prototype, and my internet took a right turn or whatever the heck it did, and I fell through that proverbial throughput, and by the time I come back I was 3 laps down. There was nothing I could do. I was so PO'd. But I was able to finish the race and, still gain some points, but...
You see now Chris Purnell is starting to work on the back of Roger Clark here. He's got past Mirko, and he was up beside Roger there, but Roger was racing him. He's going to try the high line this time instead of that low line.
Yeah, it took Purnell a minute to get around Mirko, but Mirko went ahead and gave it up, but he's not giving up. He looks like he's still trying to get not let those guys go, as Purnell goes underneath Roger Clark to look for the position. Gives Mirko a chance to catch back up and not let these guys get away from him, as the 95 car of Sam DeVentiar decides to come back on the track. Lets these guys play. That's cool.
Yeah, Sam's down 2 laps at the moment, and they're still trying to iron out that car from when it hit the wall that brought out the first yellow.
Yeah, something happened. He did get the lucky dog was back on the lead lap, and now he's 3 laps down. So something's going on. He's in and out of pits, as Purnell takes the 3rd spot away from Roger Clark.
And that brought Mirko in the 62 up as well. So Roger's now dropped back to 5th position. As you see Sam just getting up to speed behind these guys, going the low line. Oh, Edward Foster.
Edward Foster through the infield and managed to save it and doesn't bring out a caution. These guys are still going to keep going as he gathers himself back up, gets back on the track. That's a good save.
It's a scary moment, isn't it? Especially you could see him hopping across the grass. He's just, I guess, you're off the gas, keeping it as straight as you possibly can, and hoping the darn thing doesn't start getting squirrely.
I think at that point, it's iRacing. You're not going to get hurt, but I think at that point you're just hoping the car doesn't hook a turn or do something you don't want it to do and end somebody else's night. That's usually my thought when that happens to me. Coming out of turn 4, you get loose, and when the car grips, you're going straight through the infield. You hope and pray when you come back on the track, with some kind of control, and you don't end somebody else's night, because that's got to be the worst feeling.
Oh, it is. I'm exactly like you. My biggest fear is, we got the 54 into the wall. that could bring out another safety car. He gathers it up, he's off pace. But yeah, that's one of my biggest fears as well, is spinning back on the track and having someone get collected by me. Just having a look at Clowett here. He got in that wall pretty hard back there. He's pushing forward, so he must be fairly happy, but he's done a lot of damage down that right side.
Yeah, he's got extensive damage to that right front. Hopefully he didn't hit too hard, but he seems to be pushing right now. I don't know if he's just looking to give Dave a lot of room down there, as he might have a deal handling car right now, but looks like Phil Otto is coming in the mix. He's still a lap down, but he's not giving up.
You see Matt's car getting a bit loose off turn 4 there, so he's just going to hang on and try to get this to the next pit window, I'd say, as he goes high, back up, brushes the wall very slightly and comes back down again. So that car's looking, yeah, probably not the best at the moment.
Yeah, I think what you saw there coming out of 4 was an arrow loose, as Dave got right up behind him as they were getting on that flat part of the track and took the air off the back end of that car, and that's what got him loose. He hung on to it, but in the end, Dave got around him.
And Phil's now starting to work the back of him here as well, and yeah.
I don't think there's going to be any contention there. He knows he's got an ill-handling car. Phil's a lap down. There's no race there per se. So if it were me, I'd just let Phil go. I wouldn't even race him after hitting the wall. I think Matthew might be hanging on, hoping for a caution to get that thing fixed.
Yeah, he's off pace at the moment compared to where he was, and I think you're right there. He's just going to hope a caution comes out and hope it's not him that brings it out. I thought it was going to be him for a moment, but he gathered it all up again. So looking out, Jason Martin is coming through now to put, I think it's a 98, Stephen Williams down a lap, and he's now out to 5.7 seconds is the gap. So if we go through your top 10, it's Jason Martin, 5.7 seconds down the road is Darren McKenzie. Then we've got Mirko Dortnack, he's moved into 3rd position. Chris Purnell, 4th. 5th is Danny G. Then we've got James Foster in 6th. 7th, Roger Clark. 8th is Dave Douglas. And 9th, Matt Clowett in the 54. And rounding out your top 10 is Edward Foster.
Yeah, Edward Foster was able to gather back up after taking a little mow through the infield, chopping down some grass, and was able to gather back up and get back up to speed. He's now only just a second behind Matthew, so as long as Matthew can just run his line, he might be able to survive a pit cycle. And then you got Danny Stevens, who up to 11th after starting 20th. Is just a couple seconds behind Edward. Seems to be running his own line clean and doing the best he can.
Certainly can, and we've had an offer here, Gary. Brad said he can come up for an hour or so if you want him to.
Oh, absolutely. Come on in, boy.
Hey, Brad, welcome to the Combox, mate. I asked Gary, and he's over the moon as we see Jason Martin getting loose here and gathers it up.
Yeah, he doesn't lose any spots right now, but he loses a couple seconds to Darren, which he could afford, but something's happening with that car that's not going right. Welcome, Brad.
Yeah, I was yelling in Gary's ear because I thought he was going to wreck that car right there. Looks like we got a tale of 2 setups going on between pretty much half the field. Half the cars are really loose at the moment. The other half are so tight they're plowing the walls down for you.
Yeah, and we're not even halfway yet. So right now, Jason's been the class of the field, and that's the first time we've seen him slip up all night. So hopefully he's able to gather that thing back up.
Yeah, definitely. And the 3 62 Mirko Dortnak's going well at the moment. So, Brad, you've been looking at the spectator view. What's your thoughts of these cars out here? And do you reckon any of them someone that we should be keeping a very close eye on?
Honestly, I think Marco might be your sleeper in the field right now. Seems like he's got more of a long run setup under the car. Down towards the later half of the runs here, he's found a lot of speed and started catching these guys pretty quick. I think if Darren can find a way to get that car to not tighten up on him, he'd be very dangerous. But right now, I think Jason's really your star of the show right now.
Yeah, that gap after that spin he had, or the near lose, has come down to 1.7 seconds, but he's still well in control. Look at the 75, though. He is definitely struggling, and you were saying looks like that car's getting a bit tight.
Yeah, as he's going to lose a position in Merkel right now, but again, we still got quite a few pits to go, and as Brad said, if Darren can figure out how not to burn up that right front tire so soon, I think he'd have a longer set. But I think Jason backed out of it, let his tires cool down. They got pretty hot after that slide, so that's why everybody's able to catch up. But again, his pedal goes a little bit further than everybody else's for some reason, and off he goes.
I will say another thing I've noticed, just out of curiosity, I jumped into the cockpit views to see the steering input the guys are putting in. Jason seems a lot smoother than everybody else. Just real calculated in and out, not real jerky at all. Darren seems to be putting a lot more wheel than most into his car, which I believe is probably causing his tight later in the run, because as Gary said, it's burning that right front right off that car. But if he gets working on it during these pit stops, I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with for sure.
He just got loose. Jason Martin got loose, and slowing down on the inside there, as Mirko looks like he's going to get to take the lead away due to Jason's little mistake. At the same time, Jason got loose. Darren got a little loose, but saved it up. So here we go, a little change up and see what happens to Jason as he's looking to get 4 tires and some fuel as he goes into pit lane.
Yeah, right on 25% of the race done. Sorry, Gary.
This could get interesting as pit strategy starts to play out.
Well, I know if I was the rest of the field, I would definitely want to be following suit, because you do not want him out there on fresh tires with you on old tires. He's just going to walk away.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see Mirko did not react. He's staying out there, so is Darren McKenzie and Dave Douglas. So we'll see how much longer these guys will stay out. And they must be coming to the end of this stint, though.
Yeah, I don't think Darren McKenzie had an idea what Jason was doing. He got back a couple of. Darren McKenzie gets a little loose out of 4 again. He needs to pit, but yeah, I don't think he got to see what was going on with Jason, as that all happened behind him. So he's getting a little loose. He's losing a lot of time to Mirko, as Mirko's just trucking on.
Looks like a lot of the guys from about 9th place back seen what happened, though, because the very next lap they ducked in there as fast as they could.
Yeah, that's Roger Clark and James Foster now just coming back out up to speed again, and they've done their stop. They've come in together so they can probably help each other get up to speed. But I guess that Charlotte drafting isn't going to play too big a deal around here.
No, drafting at Charlotte is probably a no-no, because you're going to take the air off these cars and make them loose, like we saw that happen with Dave earlier, as Dave snuck up behind, who was that? He snuck up behind another car and got him loose and went around him. So drafting is not here.
So having a look at Mirko. Mirko's in taking service now. Darren McKenzie's stayed out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mirko's going to lose a little bit of time there with that almost spin there on the apron. Hate to see that happen to him, but luckily didn't hit anything. No harm, no foul.
No, but like you said, that's going to set him back a minute.
Yeah, we've got 75 still staying out, still looking pretty loose out there, but I wouldn't be surprised. Those tyres are probably seeing better days at the moment.
Yeah, he's losing time to Jason right now. Jason is the first car a lap down. You have Darren McKenzie, Dave Douglas, Norman Clark, and Joshua Carroll Walden, and Mirko still on the lead lap. Your top 5. But with Mirko just coming back out on the track, these guys are going to start pitting and everything's going to start sorted out here. Jason Martin just takes the 5th spot. And looks like he's just going to be catching everybody as they're going to hang out and hang on to what they got. They need to get in there and get them tires on.
Yeah, so just wondering, Danny G, I don't think's pitted yet. Jason Martin's back on the lead lap through here. Slots in 4th position. Darren McKenzie's just coming out onto pit road now. And Dave Douglas will go through. He's the leader until he comes through to stop. Then we can see James Foster also coming through now.
Just an idea on the interval of new tires versus old tires. The last lap that the 75 did was a 30.9. Jason did a 29.1 same lap.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a big difference, and that's where Jason Martin was catching everybody. He went in, pitted, he came back out, and he was gaining time on it. So, and everybody was losing time to him. As it'll all sort out once everybody does their pits. Dave, Norman, Joshua, once they get their pits done, I think it'll all come out to, you'll see how much time they lost to a new set of tires.
Right, and it's just as simple as that. With the way the setups appear to be going, you got one set of setups that's going drastically loose, another that's going tight, and those tires are mainly the key component to that. Looks like they're either chewing the right front or the right rear off, depending on which setup they have. It'd be interesting to see how even it all plays out once everybody gets cycled through here.
I'll tell you what, up here they're having a great battle. The 9, the 14 and the 75. They almost tried going 3 wide down there into turn 1 and 2.
I wouldn't suggest it. I've been in the center position a couple times in that scenario, and it's never ended well for me.
So it looks like Darren McKenzie's pushing forward. He's up to 6th now. Danny G's the next one on his target.
Yeah, I think he should be able to catch Danny pretty good. Darren's car probably has another good 5-6 laps at the all-out pace before it starts doing its tight business. So I think we'll be able to take care of at least Danny G, possibly catch up to Jason, but that might be pushing it before he starts getting tight again.
Yeah. How's your Death Wish coffee going there, Gary? You just about out of your second one yet?
Okay, yeah, I just went and grabbed my second pot of Death Wish coffee, so good to go for a couple more hours. As it's kicking on 11 p.m. here, West Coast, USA.
So Sam DeVentia there getting loose. He's going through the infield and should rejoin back on the apron there, which he does.
Once again, another good driving job to not hit anything while doing it.
It's a good save.
Yeah, I'm out of my coffee. I'm going to have to go and make one very soon, I think. I don't have the Death Wish, though. I think I've only got my Kona.
I don't know about that, but the Death Wish is working pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to order some, but then I forgot about it.
I don't know how he still had his kidneys drinking that stuff, man.
Drink lots of water too, but Norman Clark looks like he's out front for a minute. He's got a 7-second lead on Jason Martin, so I don't know how off the pit strategy he is, but it's working for him right now.
Yeah, he generally likes doing very long runs. He can go pretty deep into those runs as long as he's got fuel, which is exactly what he's doing. See Jason Martin, he'll come through to re-inherit the lead. But there's a good battle back here with Roger Clark. He's got his mirrors full of the 14 and the 62 of Mirko Dortnack is starting to make inroads on these guys.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Norman's been on pit road since lap 57, so he'll be coming here pretty soon.
He's on his
As
way
I say
now.
that, he's on his way now.
That'll return the field to somewhat normalcy as Jason Martin regains the lead with Danny G up in second and Darren McKenzie in third.
Okay, I want you to close your eyes for a bit, Gary, because we're about to go to gyro cam, man. Gary gets all sorts of squirrely when we go to this camera because he's watching two screens at the same time.
Yeah, when you're watching that gyro cam, it's really cool. And then you turn the camera like that as we go into the bank. It's a trip seeing something out of my other eye too. So, yeah, it's really cool how that gyro cam works in iRacing.
I tell you what, I could do this for you. How's that?
Pretty sure you got a couple of viewers out there not happy right now.
Yeah, I'd say so. As you can just see now, Mirko threading the needle. That was Norman Clark coming back up. And, yeah, you can see, oh, man, they get close.
It looks a lot closer in the gyro cam than they actually are. In the cockpit, looks like you're really close, but you're not. I mean, like I said, you got a good car width away from each other than you actually think you do. So.
So Roger's now having a look on the inside. He's not going to let this one go. These guys are battling out, folks, for 5th and 6th position. And James Foster in the 14 just ahead of them. He's starting to get a little bit of a gap on them. Right behind him, though, is Matt Clowett. And we saw his car was well off pace, so no doubt he's taken the opportunity while under green to probably throw a fast repair at that.
I think he did because they put a brand new fender and brand new door on that thing. It just got a couple scratches on it, and he's hooked up and rolling again.
Yeah, because sorry, mate.
Looks like Edward Foster's back on pace after his 4 new Goodyears, and looks like he could be getting back up in there in contention. Everything looks like it's back to normal. We have Chris Purnell with a beat-up car right now.
And we just had Edward flash out. We lost focus on him for a minute there. So do we know what's happened to Chris's car here?
Not rightly so. He's running in a 10th spot. He's 28 seconds behind Jason Martin, so I'm not exactly sure what could have happened to him or when it happened.
The car looks pretty straight to me, but then, you know, I don't sort of have the same eyes as you blokes. Yeah, rear end's looking a bit bent up. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, in the front left.
Yeah, front right, and the tail section of that car is pretty bent up.
Lap 115, he gently touched the wall in turn 2.
Under yellow, guys.
I apologize, I didn't catch it.
There was a car on the infield we saw flashing by. Oh, there we go. 54, that's Matt Clowett. So that fast repair, that lasted a little bit. Let's go back and have a look at this. I think Roger Clark was involved in this one too, guys.
Oh, it does appear so. The nose is missing on the 09.
See there,
Well,
Matt?
not missing, but it's pushed in pretty good.
Yeah, just having a look at this. Matt was on the low line here as they came to the tri-oval. Got it a bit loose, but that didn't bring it out.
Yeah, he had an ill handling car. He got loose, got up into Roger, put Roger in the wall. Roger had nowhere to go once again.
Whoa.
The result of somebody else's mistake. As I can't believe what I saw.
That was Norman threading the needle there.
I cannot believe what I saw. As those two cars were simultaneously spinning, Norman just went right straight between them.
Yeah, we might jump on with Norman in a second, real time and cockpit view, and just see how close that would have felt to him.
I don't know if there was much steering input into that or just luck. I cannot believe. I guess they did touch just a slight little bit, him and Roger's car on the left front there.
Here we go, folks. Hold on to your lunch because it's going to get mighty interesting. So this is real time, folks.
Yeah, you can see the amount of steering input that Norman does, and he does give it a quick left-right there, but he managed to get through there without even scratching either one of them.
Yep, I think I'm going to start calling him Moses now.
It'd be suited for sure.
Tell you what, though, he can take that to the dinner table, can't he? And say, listen, mate, to his son.
Yeah, be like, hey, I could have made your day a lot worse, but I didn't.
I'm thinking right now that's going to be a touchy subject with Roger. He's the result of somebody else's mistake, somebody else's overcalculation, and overdriving the car. And that seems to happen to Roger time and time again. So hopefully Roger can get that car repaired, back out on the track, and back into contention. And if he can get in contention, he won't be so ill-willed. But just bad luck for Roger.
Yeah, I think he's brought that in. He's used a fast repair by the looks of it. He's back out in 9th behind Edward.
Well, hopefully that fast repair works better for him than it did for Matthew Cloet.
Yeah, Matt's going to be in there for quite a bit of time, I'd say, now.
Yeah, unfortunately, he has used that fast repair because that car, it's got both ends tore up pretty bad and was pretty askew as he was pulling it in there. So I'd say he's got a little bit of a picnic on his hand for a little bit here. But Roger's car, he obviously did use that fast repair. Now he can just breathe in, breathe out, get settled back in there. He should be all right. He's got the talent to do it. He just got to breathe for a second and forget it ever happened.
Yeah.
But for some reason, he doesn't have the luck. I don't think he's got enough luck to win a comb if he was a bald guy.
All right, while we're under yellow, guys, I'm going to make a coffee. Can I leave the comm box in your capable hands?
We can see if we can destroy it for you while you go get another cup of Joe.
Awesome. The camera's on the 21.
As we're lining back up, the pace lights are out as they go on the backstretch looking to start lap 127.
Yeah, you got leader is the 21, Jason Martin. Off to his side, Darren McKenzie in the 75, going to give him another run for his money. I'm really hoping that Darren's putting some a little bit of work into the pits here to loosen that thing up longer in the runs, because I really do think he could have something for him if he could just get that right front to cooperate with him, Gary.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen. We got Danny G and James Foster up front there now, and they haven't been as the pace car leaves, and Jason takes them off to the start, holds them back, and he's off. Green flag's on. Start-finish line is Jason, as Darren McKenzie is going to try and take him on the outside, but Danny G and James Foster haven't run up in the front all night, so we'll see what happens with those two up there.
It seemed like everybody got a very well-behaved start on that one. Nobody really pushed any of the issues going into turn one there. Kind of being gentlemen, still got a long way to go. is it looks like Darren is going to take the lead away from Jason coming to the stripe this time by. Going to show Jason if the rear end of that car for a little bit.
Yeah, he's done that time and time again on every restart, and it comes back on him in about 7 laps. So, like you said, hopefully he's got something going on. He's definitely got a fast car on the go with cold tires, as everybody else is just going to file behind him and just get a clean start to this coming up what could be a middle of the race as we come down to 128 laps, 129 laps.
The 62 car there, after his little spin on pit road, finds himself in 3rd place, hunting him back down again. And it looks like that car also has some speed to it again.
Yeah, Mirko's been pretty consistent tonight. He's been lurking up in the front, ended up in the back, worked his way back up to the top 5, and that's fun. So he's looking for contending on 2nd spot with Jason, but again, I don't think Jason pushing the pedal all the way down, and he's going to give it a few laps before he finds the bottom of that pedal. You got the 920 up in the 4th spot. He's running up again where he was earlier after his little brush with the wall.
I'm not going to lie to you, I kind of ignored the 920 tonight, so I apologize to Chris. But he's definitely got a good run going. I know we did see him with a little bit of damage earlier, but it looks like he's got it back out there and everything under control. Car appears to be handling pretty well for him.
Looks like some of these guys used a fast repair. Now it is still early in the race. We're not even halfway yet, so hopefully the use of their fast repair is at a timely manner, and they can manage to keep it out of the wall for the rest of the race and not have to worry about it. But here they go. They're lining up 2, 3, and 4. Jason, Mirko, and Chris looking to get a little racy here. But again, I'm thinking Jason is just holding off for a minute before he pushes the pedal all the way to the floor.
Yeah, at this point, why burn up what you got? I mean, like you said, we are at lap 132 of 400. Very long way to go here. No real need to burn up the race car, burn up the tires, or put it somewhere where you could potentially wreck the thing not even halfway into it. But Jason does appear to have, he's definitely not pushing as hard as he was in the earlier stages of this, as we got 2 wide back behind him there for 3rd place.
Yeah, it looks like Mirko and Chris are going to be contending for a spot here for the top 3rd. Chris getting a little loose up underneath Mirko for a minute, or a second actually, and see if that pays off for him as he cuts low going into turn 1. Mirko's not one to give the position up easy. He will fight. He'll try to keep it as long as he possibly can. Good racer, good clean racer. He's definitely got a good setup, so it could be a good little race here.
Oh, they're definitely racing clean, but man, they are making me nervous because they are getting those cars way close to each other.
Well, Rubbin's racing and Chris takes a position 3 from Mirko, but like I said, Mirko doesn't let things go easy. He'll gather up and he'll get right back up with Chris if nothing happens to him. As you see, Jason is now catching back up to Darren, so we're 5 laps into this green flag start here, and looks like Jason found the end of his throttle.
And it looks like the story continues as written for those front 2 cars. About 7 laps in, they switch spots, and one takes off and one starts going backwards on them. But looks like the rest of the field here is really just kind of chilling out. Everybody's single file, not really pushing any issues at the moment.
We've got James Foster, Daniel G, and Roger Clark running right there. They're pretty close, looking to swap positions. Roger's looking for every line he can get, but they're staying right there. They're trying not to lose time to the leader to race for position. So Edward Foster isn't too far behind Dave Douglas, as Daniel Stevens is in the top 10, as he's 9 seconds out of the lead. He's just 3.5 seconds behind Edward Foster for 9th.
he's had a good bounce back. At one point, he was pretty far down the order there, and starting to bring it back up here towards the end of the lead lap. But he's still on that lead lap, so that's really all that matters there. The 24 car here looks like he's starting to get a little bit of a loose off situation going on. And as on cue, he steps it out for us to prove that it looks like that car is a little bit looser than everybody else around him, but it's faster. So we'll see if he can hold on to her there for a little bit.
It'll tighten up here in a minute. He's been loose out all night. He's actually been running back in the pack, so he hasn't had a whole track to run. So he's actually got a little bit more speed right now than he's had earlier on in the run. So he's a little faster right now, and it's probably acting different on the car. As we go back to Danny Stevens in the 10th spot, up from 20th where he started after crashing on his first qualifying lap. He said he was going to take his time and try and be patient, and looks like he's doing just that as he's up in the 10th spot. He's got the whole track to himself, 3.5 seconds behind Edward Foster for 9th, but again, only 140 laps into it, got a long way to go. So look for Daniel Stevens to be a contender, at least for a top 5, if not a win.
I honestly think he's playing it smart at the moment. Really no need to run that hard right now. As long as he can keep it on the lead lap, I think he's going to be definitely in contention to win this thing because he really hasn't beat it up yet.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do when we talked to him earlier, as Bernie spotlighted him for the evening. He said he had a good car, he just messed up, and should do the best he can. But you got Jason Martin. He's back out there in the lead. Took it away. He's just pulling away from Chris now, as Chris took the position from Darren, and 1.4 seconds ahead. So again, Jason Martin, you know, that guy's going to be like Dale Earnhardt when he gets too far out in front of the camera, and we just don't watch him anymore because he's out there by himself. Got to be careful.
Yeah, he's definitely putting on a clinic here in the early stages of this one. It'd be nice to see if somebody can, maybe somebody back in this back part of the field might be just riding along, see if they can give him a little bit of a run later in the series here. But Chris looks like he's found some speed in that car. He's heading towards the front pretty rapidly. He's actually closing on Jason right now, and it looks like same old story for Darren. It's going backwards at about the same rate.
Yeah, I think he's got that car tied up quicker than he did last time, the last run. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure he's excited. He'll be excited with his finish. That's going to be a pretty good finish for him, as long as he can keep it off the wall. And I think he'll be happy. He'd be happy with a win, but I think if he can get top 5 tonight, he'll definitely be happy with what he's got, especially considering he said he just pulled a setup off the SimSync and stuck some tape on it. So that's pretty good in my book.
He must have found the best one on there.
Found one that didn't fail, but yeah, he's definitely gonna be up there in the top 5. You got Mirko, who is coming up on the 98 car, Stephen Williams now, lap car, 2 laps down. Hopefully doesn't hold him up too much, but Mirko is looking to catch Darren, as he's just under 2 seconds behind him.
What happened to the 920 here? He just all of a sudden almost parked it in the middle of the track there. Looks like he's got a little bit of right side damage.
Yeah, we're just having a look at the replay here to see if he's actually got loose. He was down on the apron coming out of turn 4, I think it was. And we'll just have a look at it. Yeah, he got it loose all right, coming through the tri-oval, gathered it up and goes straight across the infield and kept on going.
Yeah, if he gets in those trucks and does that at Eldora, he might come out of the lead on that one. That was a good save on that. Definitely kudos to that driving right there.
Absolutely. That's That's about as far as you can go sideways without it ending really bad.
Yeah, I would gather to say he literally drifted turn 4. It's not something you want to do in a cup car, but he didn't lose too much time. He lost about 3 seconds to Jason and another second to Darren, gathering his, getting his speed back up. But we'll see what happens, and again, it's a long race. We're 150 laps into it.
Yeah, not even 50% yet.
Yeah, just cool them off and try it again.
That's one thing I've noticed as we've been running the cup cars. You can get out there, you can run them hard, but once you slide them, you basically piss the tires off. And if you continue to drive hard, they're going to let you know that they're PO'd. So if you cool them off, let them heat cycle down, they'll come back to you and you get back on track. So looks like that's what he's done. Go back through the field with Mirko Dontek 6 seconds behind the leader in 4th, basically running the track by himself, and just about 2 seconds back is Danny G in 5th. Again, track all by himself. These guys can run wherever their car is comfortable. They don't have to worry about running low, running high. They can use the entire track, so they can try and not lose too much time to the leader. And then back in 6th, you got James Foster, about 2.5 seconds behind Danny G, with Roger Clark in 7th, just behind him. Dave Douglas looks like he's trying to take away his 7th spot from Roger Clark, as he's less than half a second behind him in 8th spot. Edward Foster in 9th, 11.5 seconds behind the lead, with Danny Stevens rounding out top 10, 18 seconds behind, 7 seconds behind Edward, but still not losing anything to anybody and running his own race.
And let's not forget to give a shout out here to Norman Clark, last car on the lead lap, running about 19 seconds behind our leader here. Keeping it clean, keeping it straight. I think he's on a different strategy than most of the rest of the field. I will look forward to seeing at the end of this if it works out for him.
Yeah, he can't settle down too much. He's 20 seconds behind Jason Martin. Jason Martin's running 28 seconds laps, so Jason Martin's only 8 seconds behind him, and I would imagine he's catching Norman Clark a second a lap, if not a half a second a lap. So Norman he can't just cruise if he wants to stay on the lead lap.
Well, the lap time differential between the two of them for their last timed lap is around 1.8 seconds. Jason being faster than Norman.
Yeah, right now you're watching Dave Clark and Roger Clark, as Roger Clark takes a high side, takes a position away from Dave, as he's looking to solidify that 7th spot from Dave as they cross the start-finish line.
And we got a car sideways on the infield there. Who was that?
Maybe I can see if I can find it.
Green and black. Oh, it is the 75 car of Darren McKenzie.
Wow, okay.
And he is tore up and running sideways.
And the yellow. Let's jump back and see if we can pick this up on, what was it, lap 153? Lap 154. I have...
154.
Yeah. Going back and having a look at this now, guys.
I hope he's got a quick fix on that thing. That thing is crabbing bad.
Yeah, it looks like as he's coming out of 4, little loose right there, car sideways, and it just straightens up and he goes through the grass, much like we've seen everybody else do. When you come out of 4 sideways, the car just hooks up straight and heads for the grass and takes a big old leap over the asphalt there, takes another leap, comes right back in front of Mirko, and Mirko just barely clips him, gets into him a little bit, but Looks like Danny hits the wall, he hits the wall pretty hard and comes back down the infield, and it looks like he's going to come back up.
Yeah, I tell you what, the 920 was lucky that he didn't collect him as well, eh?
Yeah, the 920 got by him, but hopefully Mirko didn't. Mirko did hit him. I'm hoping that didn't get too much damage out of it.
Wow, yeah, he came back. Oh, see that, when he come back on the track.
He collected Joshua.
Wow, that was a big hit.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
I missed that the first run. That was a huge hit. That's probably what did most of the damage to the rear of that car.
Well, he came back up on the track and just got loose and got into the wall as Joshua Carroll Walden just had nowhere to go and ran right into him.
Yeah, that was a massive hit, wasn't it? That's definitely what finished him. But just having a look at Mirko, he would have probably used a repair on that car. I'm not sure if he's come in while we're looking at that replay. It's looking pretty straight, but Joshua Carroll Walden's also used his fast repair, and doesn't look like Darren has used his.
No, Darren is sitting in the pits right now, hard as all tore up. I guess being repaired all that quick. He might have been about to click that tick mark, and he's going to be sitting there a while.
Yeah, it'll probably take a while to calm down after that big hit, I think.
Yeah, I imagine he can be happy. But again, he's running good, and he got loose out of 4 and moved up on the track. The car just hooked a right turn right in front of everybody. Nobody had anywhere to go.
That was what we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? Our biggest nightmare, something like that happening.
Yeah, collecting some cars. So, I feel it for Darren. He was, a contender for a top 5, and I think that shot tonight. But yeah, he did good up until that point. He gathered the car up. I don't know what happened. The car just made a right turn when he came back up on the track. I don't know if he just squared up with the track or what, but yeah, it definitely wasn't good, and it's probably going to end his night.
Yeah, and looking at the night that has ended for a number of other drivers, the 54, Matt Clowett, he got out of that car 3 laps ago, and it was all tore up. We saw it after the fast repair, and then it got tore up again. So he's gone for the night. Colin Herman, he was a long ways down in the 005. He's also parked it for the night. We've lost the 71, Gavin Sadler. Unfortunately has retired as well, and so has John Sorensen. He had some, we think, internet issues. Adam Mitchell in the 17s retired, and Michael Latter in the 99s retired. The 2 that did not make the grid was the 81 of Steve Hoppett and Leo Smith in the number 57.
Yeah, John Sorensen did have some connection issues. He came back on. I don't know if he realized he was 12 laps down at the point, and he just decided to save and leave. Adam Mitchell, he had an accident. Michael Letter had an accident. Galvin Sadler hit the wall. Colin, I got to give it to that guy. He hung on to it as long as he could. He was out there running a car that was wrecked for a really long time. So hand it to that guy before he finally left. And again, Matt Clowett, as these guys go to green flag racing again with Jason out front.
Yeah, and just as they went to green there, James Foster in the 14 dived into the pits, so he's on pit road at the moment as well, just as they was coming up to speed.
Ooh, that's not going to be good unless he's trying. It's too early in the race to be doing pit strategy like that, so something must have happened to make him dive in. As Danny G looks to take the lead for a minute.
That's Mirko out there in the 62s.
Okay, I'm sorry, my bad.
Here comes James back up to speed. He's going to go down a lap here, and he's going to be caught on the low line here as the Jason Martin now is getting a run on him.
That one makes me wonder if he didn't have a penalty that he had to serve and just went ahead and took care of it right off the bat.
That's a possibility. Speeding in pit road.
Yeah,
Man,
just
it doesn't appear that touch has affected Mirko's car any at all, as he is checking out on the rest of the field at the moment.
No, he didn't get into Darren too hard. He managed to get on the brakes, and I think he just barely tapped him, but it wasn't really enough to hurt McKenzie after that spin. I don't know. I don't know what sent him down and brought him back up that way, and just a right turn on the track. So I feel for McKenzie, and hopefully he's not hurting himself too bad.
Got ourselves a good three-way battle here for second, third, and fourth going on. Jason's going to pull away from Roger and Daniel, but they put on a pretty good show there for about a lap or two.
Yeah, that's the 14 of just ahead. He's a lap down. Sorry,
James Foster.
Yeah, James Foster there. So then we've got Dave in fourth. Fifth is Danny G with Edward Foster just behind him, and then Joshua Carroll-Walden in the repaired car. He's running in. He's actually a lap down by the looks of it, in 12th. 2 laps down. Sorry.
I do apologize there. I had too much stuff on my screen and didn't see the car number there, so I apologize on that one.
It's all right. It's pretty late. I'm just happy that you're up here in the box for the time you can, and keeping Gary entertained.
Yeah, I got about 20 more minutes. 20 more minutes until I got to get out of here, or my little guy's going to make my day horrible.
Yeah, I went back and looked at the replay, and it looked like James Foster was gonna go into pits, and then he cut back out just before the commitment cone. So I'm not sure if that was right there. I don't know. And then immediately pitted as the green flag came out, stop and go. So he might have gotten a penalty for that.
Very well could be, because I do believe the game tells you you're on pit road before you actually are on pit road.
Yeah, he cut back out through the grass right at the commitment cone, so he could have gotten a stop and go, and that's why he did what he did.
That makes sense.
I would weigh kind of heavily on that being true.
Well, again, we're less than halfway through the race. He can hope and pray for a caution here. He's the first guy on the lap down, if we get another caution, he'll get the lucky dog, get back on the lead lap, and contend for the win. But right now, we've only got 9 guys on lead lap, with Norman Clark tail into that, 7.5 seconds behind Mirko.
I'll tell you what, Jason Martin's just said, go gadget jetpack as he goes flying past again. Those afterburners are kicked in, guys.
Yeah, spit Death Wish coffee through my nose. Thank you, Bernie.
Oh,
that's
dear
awesome.
me. That's brilliant.
Boy.
You've made my day, man. Sorry.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a heck of a time trying to keep up with Jason. It seems almost every time, 7 laps into it, it's just gone, and it's hard to catch.
Yeah, that car. sorry, Gary. Yeah, that car definitely, when it hooks up, it goes, doesn't it? And it's like a switch goes off in that darn thing.
Yeah, and we've only had one really long run where we were pitting under green, and he was the first one to take the pits under green, as he spent a couple laps trying not to run sideways. So I don't know what the count is on those laps, but it was a good long stint before he was getting loose. And by loose, I mean a snap loose. He was like steering right just to go left. So he holds on to that car pretty long. As the rest of these guys are just out there following around. Look at Roger Clark up there. 3rd spot, 3 seconds behind. Right now he's running behind Edward, who's a lap down. But yeah, looking after a big wreck like that, managed to get it back up there in 3rd. So he's got to be happy. He can't be too mad. too pissed off about what happened earlier.
Yeah, I wrote him off after that one, but he's proved me wrong. He's back up into the podium position. Still a long way to go, though. About 228 laps left here at Charlotte.
Yeah, I think it was a good choice to do that fast repair. Unfortunately for Darren, he didn't click it before he got into the pit road, and he is still sitting on pit road for repairs.
Just to comment on the stent for Jason, 31 laps on those tires before he finally brought it in. He went in on came out on lap 57 and went in on lap 98.
Yeah, and Mirko and Darren, and I believe another Chris, they all went 5 or 6 more laps on their tires. After that, after Jason went in, he came back out and was chasing him down, basically a lap down. But yeah, 30 laps seems a long time around a 1.5-mile track. Right now you're looking at Roger in the 3rd spot, just out there doing his thing, holding on to what he can hold on to. Really no competition. He's 3.5 seconds behind Mirko, and he's got a good 2-second lead on Danny. So he can just run his race and not have to worry about it right now.
Yeah, it looks like the 920 of Chris is going to try to send his way back up to the field. He just took Dave for the 5th position. So he's looking his way back up after his little slide. Hopefully he can capitalize on it this time and make it go forward for him.
Yeah, well, he's definitely got the car, and in practice he did. He was, I think, 2nd fastest, just off Jason, so he definitely had the pace then, but it hasn't really translated too much. It started to until he had that issue.
He has had very good pace. Watching his runs here through the race here, though, it seems like he can just keep going at a normal pace, and then his is just like a light switch. It goes from good to it wants to wreck immediately. He doesn't really get a buffer zone with his setup, that I've noticed.
Yeah, as he's looking to take Danny G's spot, got a little sideways, keeping out of him. That's good. Another good save going through the infield there. Looks like Dave's going to get his position back, and Chris going to jump back to the 6th spot with Edward Foster looking to capitalize on his little mistake there. But yeah, you're right. He's got a good car. He's got a heck of a lot of good car control. But it seems like the first stint of the race, he was feeling out the car. He really wasn't running up there, and then after the pit stops, just kind of basically the front of the field changed dramatically with Roger, Chris, Dave Douglas up front, Daniel up front, Edward Foster, James Foster, they're all up front, and then everybody's getting sorted out now. And like you said, Chris seems to have a really good car, and then it just says, I'm done.
I think something we're seeing with the, I'll call it the new breed up front right now, is I think those are the guys that are making changes to their car throughout this race, not just settling for what they got. I think they are making the changes. So I can tell just by watching Roger's car here as of late, it doesn't react the same as it did at the start. At the start, he seemed to have a push in the center and then loose off. He seems to have gotten that calmed down quite a bit. So I think this is just a matter of who's adjusting to the cars for what they're doing throughout this race.
Well, they might be making adjustments for the length of laps that they're getting. The track temperature hasn't changed. It's still 73 degrees. The ambient temperature is still 72, mostly cloudy. The wind hasn't changed. Nothing has changed as far as weather's concerned to make these cars act any different. So I think if they're making any changes, they're making changes based on where they're able to run on a track, how fast they're running, and how quick the car's going away, whether it's going away tight, whether it's going away loose, and they might be making changes for that. But the track really hasn't changed at all. a little bit of rubber laid down on the track, but yeah, as far as temperature-wise, it really hasn't changed.
So what sort of adjustments can they make on the fly during the race?
Track bar. They can adjust the track bar, I believe, on the fly, and in pits, I believe they can adjust the track bar, tape, tire pressure. Individual tire pressure. They can change the tire pressure in the right front. If they're too tight at speed, they can drop tire pressure a couple tenths a pound, and it'll loosen that car up a little bit, give it a little bit more grip off, raise the track bar up and down, and loose, tight, depending on how they are when they remember it and what they need to do. Sometimes you can go too far, and like probably something like what we've seen with Chris. Not saying he's made any adjustments, but something like what we see with Chris Parnell, where his car just goes away from him in a snap of a finger. That's what too much of a change will do. You get to that point where your change is supposed to take effect, and it goes too far, and you end up going through the infield. So it's a crapshoot no matter what. As in iRacing, you're the car engineer, the driver, the crew chief, car chief, and the guy doing all the mathematics, and you're doing this all while driving down the road. Unlike real NASCAR, where you've got a grip of people on behind the scenes, sitting up on that pit box with calculators and laptops and all sorts of things, doing all the figuring for you as a driver, and all you got to do is just drive the car and do the best you can. These guys are out there doing everything, so kudos to them, man. Coming up on halfway point, 300 miles, and they're still killing it.
And Chris has just gone through to pass Roger Clark there, but I guess some of them they probably don't, but some of them could have like a pit crew manager if they wanted to help them with all that stuff.
I think the pit crew, the car chief, which is available for iRacing guys, I think it is more of a voice-activated automation change. Whereas me, I don't use that car chief because I can't stand it. I've got a lot of background noise. I've got to use buttons to change. I got my buttons right here, and I've got to use them to change my adjustments for the car. And you got to do it before you get to the pits, man, because once you cross that, once the speed limit comes up for the pit road up there in the top of the screen, that's it. You can't change anything else. Whether you've crossed into the commitment line or what. But so I do all that with the buttons, and some of these guys use that car chief or crew chief, whatever it's called, to vocally tell the game what to change. That could do it, but they've still got to think what they've got to do. They've still got to be able to know the setup. They've got to know how the setup's going to react. They've got to know what to change if their car's tight in, loose out, loose in, tight out. They've got to know what to change. And it's not just like the regular driver where they're guessing at it now, and because they've got to, like I said, they've got a group of people back there with calculators and laptops figuring it out for them.
Yeah, so like the roadside, I could go in as a spectator and pit crew for someone, or be their crew chief and help them with all those adjustments. So do you have that in the NASCAR side of things?
Yes, you do. iRacing allows you to have a spotter, allows you to have a crew chief, and that crew chief can make changes to the car when the car's in pit road. But again, okay, so now you have two people being able to decipher what to change on the car, as long as the driver of the car can relate to the virtual crew chief per se as to what changes to make based on what he's driving. As you just see Chris Parnell get a little loose coming out of two. But yeah, it's a pretty cool deal. Brad and I did it a little bit with each other, that crew chief in part, and yeah, you better hope that's your friend on the other end of that crew chief for sure.
Yeah, we just saw Roger getting a bit loose there as well. bit of an update on Darren McKenzie, folks. He's back out there circulating. He's 34 laps down, missing the whole rear end of that car, but they've obviously done the best they can to get him back out on that track, and it looks to me like he may be coming back in again.
He might be a little loose with the back end all tore up like that. There's no telling. I'm not sure, what's going on. He could have stopped repairs to get out there and see where it's at, and coming back in to maybe click that fast repair button now and get going.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on him and see if that's the case or not. But we can see now Danny G, he's starting to catch up on the back. Oh, the 14's around. That's James Foster.
As he goes through the infield.
Whoa, what a hit.
Hits the wall and brings out the caution. And Darren is in the pits. Looks like he put tires on, but no fast repair.
Just going to have a look at this replay. That was a massive hit.
Yeah, that infield wall does not forgive, especially at that angle that you hit it there. That one's going to leave a huge mark.
Yeah, as you're looking at him here, you got Danny G on the inside, and you got James Foster on the outside. James Foster gets a little loose on the outside coming out of 4. Just as he hits the trial, will get sideways right in front of Danny G. Goes straight into the infield. Like I said, these cars get sideways, and when they grip up, they're straight, and they just go like an arrow as he goes into the corner of the pit. Looks like a pit entrance to the back pits. Hits it, bounces back out onto the to the green area there, and slides, comes to a stop, just puts the back end of the car on the track, which brought out the caution.
Yeah, that would be something you'd feel for sure in real life if you could walk away with something like that. But he's blowing the motor, of course, and absolutely destroyed that car.
Yeah, it kind of looks like the hit that Jeff Gordon took in Pocono that got Pocono to put safer barriers all the way around the track on the inside. Was it Pocono or Phoenix? One of the two. But Jeff Gordon took a hit like that, bounced back. Not that far. I mean, that's kind of over-exaggerated, but yeah, he hit looks like he hit the inside wall right there where the ambulance is sitting, and just ricocheted off of that. That was crazy.
So in real world, how did Jeff pull up after a big hit like that?
Breathing kind of hard.
Yeah.
He took the next week off. I do remember that.
Yeah, because I think if they get concussion, they have to, don't they, these days?
God,
It's extremely suggested. They don't have to. Most of them will, just for safety precautions. They don't have to sit it out, though, but it is very heavily suggested. And in this case, like that wall right there, that's the entrance to the infield road course. This course, normally nowadays you would see that blocked off with now the safer barriers. Fortunately, we're a little bit dated on this track here, but hits like that are the big reason that the safer barriers did get put on the inside walls of a lot of tracks, because that's going to ring your bell pretty hard.
Yeah, Darren McKenzie's rolling back out on the track, and they managed to put some more tin back on that car, but it's still a little crooked. Hopefully it's going straight, though.
It looks like he's trying to feel it out there. I can say by looking at it, it doesn't look straight to me, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all sort of bent up, isn't it? But,
yeah, they put the rear deck cover back on it, but they didn't give him a nice new one. They gave him all crumpled up on. What's up with that?
it's called
He's
a
on
budget. Let's go through the top 10, folks. 3 laps to go. Then we're at the halfway mark, can you believe it? So Jason Martin, he will lead them off at the restart. Danny G in the 24 will start in second. We've got Roger Clark out of third in the 09. Then Dave Douglas will start out of 4th in the number 10. Out of 5th will be Edward Foster and Chris Purnell in the 920 behind him. Out of 7th is Norman Clark. Then we have Daniel Stevens, the spotlight driver tonight, out of 8th. 9th, Mirko Dortnak, and rounding out your top 10 will be Phil Otto.
Phil Otto starting dead last, up in 10th, was a lap down before this caution, so you have to believe he got the lucky dog. And it's good to see him back on the lead lap at the halfway point as these guys, pace car lights are out, going down the back stretch. Looks like they're going to start this race, so good job on Phil Otto. See what he can make of it now. Got Mirko Dontak back there in the back. He doesn't like it back there, so look to him to get up there up front and try to contend for a top spot there. But Jason Martins, he's not going to have Daniel McKenzie in his way this time, so see what happens if he gets free and clear for the first 5 laps and then just walks away, or if Danny G can keep up with him and make him think something twice, because Danny G has been able to do that before with Jason Martin and kind of intimidate him a little bit. So here we go, his pace car's out. Jason holds him to the line and off he goes.
So once again,
looks like we're all free and clear, and everybody's gonna try to not push it too far as Roger Clark takes the inside lane there for 2nd place, heading towards Jason.
Looks like Danny G got a little bit of slippage on the start, and Jason got away from him, and Roger was able to get up around him. Looks like Roger's going to contend for the lead right here off the bat, not knowing what kind of what Jason's been doing up front all race. So right now, after having a hard collision earlier on in the race, car tore up, fast repair done, Roger Clark gets to lead the race for the first time tonight, lap 200.
And Edward Foster and Danny G battling it out here. And this is exactly what happened before, isn't it? Danny G goes backwards at the start until that car evens out as we hear a car. I think that was Dave Douglas into the outside wall, but he continues on.
Yeah, Danny G seems to be doing that. I don't know if he just gets a bum start or what, but yeah, he goes back a couple spots on the start and then catches back up. I don't know, as Mirko looks like he's going to take that 6th spot away.
Part of me wonders if Danny and Jason's setups aren't fairly similar to each other, because they do about the same thing, only Jason seems to come back a lot stronger, quicker.
See James Foster just coming back out. He's had that car go back in for a bit more repair. He's now down 3 laps after that big hit.
Yeah, hopefully he can hold it there. Trying to stay out in front of Jason there. Maybe he can catch Roger on clean tires, who knows, and get a lap back the right way, but we'll just play that one out. Hopefully he doesn't slip up in front of these leaders and take these leaders out. He's been having problems as he's been, I assume he's been overdriving the car, trying to get with it. So he gets back up in front of the leader, technically gets a lap back. I don't know why it showed him losing a lap, but got a lap back in my book the right way.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be temporary, because once those the afterburners of that 21 kick in, he's going to be out there again.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one.
Which looks like it's starting to happen already. He's closing in on Roger's back bumper pretty rapidly all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like he hits some sort of nitro switch and off it goes.
Well, we're 5 laps into the restart here. True to what he said on his pole interview, 5 to 7 laps and the car is loose, and after that comes to him. So there he goes, looking to pass Roger on the inside. I don't think James Foster is very safe on staying on it now.
No, it's a temporary thing, I think. Roger and Dave Douglas here side by side. This is bringing Chris Purnell into it too, guys. And that's for 3rd, 4th, and 2nd, 3rd, 4th, I think.
Yeah, this is the highest Dave Douglas has been all night, up in the second spot. I don't think he's going to have anything for Jason unless Jason messes up, but second spot isn't too bad if you're coming behind Jason. But yeah, those two racing gave Chris Parnell a minute to catch back up, and here he comes up again on the back end of Roger.
And Dave brushed that wall off turn 4 again. There's only so many times I think he's going to be able to do that and get away with it. If he hits it too hard, he's going to be in all sorts of trouble.
Unless he's trying to hit it enough to lighten that car up, I don't know. But he's done it more than once.
It's just trying to make it narrower so it doesn't make a big hole in the air.
Chris took that position away from him. Chris is going to chase down Jason Martin. Chris hasn't had this opportunity all night to be behind Jason Martin, so see if he can make it happen here, and without slipping up as he's done in the past. But he's got a track free and clear until he catches Jason, so he might be able to do it.
Yeah, well, Jason's still behind the 14 at the moment. James Foster, he's fighting hard to keep that car on the lap he just earned, and at the moment Jason's just pacing it out. I guess he doesn't want to do anything too drastic. He's got the lead, and we're only at the halfway mark, or just over it.
Yeah, and they seem to be pulling away from Chris Parnell at the moment. 3/10 they pulled away that lap, so if Jason is watching his times and watching his splits, I think he can relax and he can just let that car go and not have to race James and lose time to anybody.
I think one thing he's going to have to be careful of, though, if he gets too close to that 14 car, he's going to get that dirty air on the nose that he's not used to at those speeds.
I think he'll be okay. It looks like he's getting right up on him, but I don't think James is going to let it go. He's not willing to let that lap go again. He's 3 laps down right now, so I don't know. He doesn't seem to be slowing anybody up. They're now 2 seconds ahead of Chris, so they're definitely not slowing anybody up right now. And Edward Foster is running pace with James, so it could very well be, he could get his lap back if the caution comes out.
Yeah, because of course if he loses this and goes down, he's not going to get the lucky dog. I think that would go to Joshua Carroll Walden in the 35 at the moment, wouldn't it?
Correct.
See, I'm getting the hang of this thing.
Yeah, and like Jason has done in the past to Darren, he gets a run out of 2 and gets him going down the back stretch. But James managed to hold him off that time.
Yeah, I can hear James. I bet you he's going, bring a yellow, bring a yellow, bring a yellow.
Oh no, I'd be cussing for one right now.
Just don't want to be that yellow.
Right?
That's it.
Back in the pack, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, you got Roger, Mirko, Edward, and Danny G playing around with positions as Danny G just takes the 6th spot from Edward Foster as they cross the start-finish line for lap 240.
Yeah, he was up there battling with Roger a couple of laps back, and now he finds himself 2 positions down. Looks like Danny G's setup's coming back in again as well as he starts pressing forward.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, these guys, they get running hard and they get that car sideways a little bit. Heat that tire up, man, they got to slow down, cool it off before they get going again. But Danny G's looking to contend for Roger Clark's spot as he takes that at the start-finish line, lap 215, takes Edward with him.
Yeah, Edward got a good run there, didn't he, down the low line, and puts the number 9 down 2 laps now. 2 positions, not 2 laps.
Yeah, 2 more positions, yeah. Roger Clark falling back into the 6th spot, which, we're only halfway of the race and a couple more pit stops to go. Roger will get that car figured out, and if he doesn't get caught up in somebody else's mistake, I think he's going to be a contender for top 5. And you got Mirko's just walking away with that 4th spot. Danny G, like you said, I think he's coming back, and he's coming back with a vengeance. He's looking to go on the high side.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jason Martin's got back past James Foster there. So James goes down that lap after all that hard work. You can also see Stan Deventia coming back out. The 95's now down 5 laps. And yeah, so they're still out there battling on, as is Darren McKenzie.
Sam's heading back into the pits. I don't know if he got a speeding penalty, stop and go, or what's going on, but he's back in the pits, so he's going to end up going another lap down to these guys as they come back around.
Yeah, it's a heck of a night there for the 95, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's back up in his pits. Well, looks like he's doing a repair. Right side tires on, left side tires on. He's doing a full pit stop.
Well, gentlemen, I am going to take this opportunity in the low in the action to bid you farewell for the evening, for my time has come to get out of here.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming in and giving me a release. I give me another cup of my Deathwish coffee.
No problem, anytime. Maybe we'll work out something with the rest of them. Get in here for a little bit of the early action before I have to split out.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, Brad, for coming in and making sure Gary behaved himself. He was getting a bit overexcited before you come in.
Yeah,
I can't control him. What are you talking about?
No worries. Have a good one, man.
You too, guys. Have a good night.
You, Brad.
So, the party's back down to 2.
Yeah, Sam DeVentier came back out on the track right in front of Jason Martin, just as Jason Martin was putting Darren another lap down. So again, Jason Martin's out there running all by himself.
Yeah. Riding with Chris Purnell here, sorry to jump in, just he's going to get past Darren here as well. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, it was close. It looked like Darren was going to hold him up a little bit, but Darren got sideways just a little bit, and looked like Chris got a little bit nose loose, so got by him with no troubles, and work on getting up to James Foster and trying to gain some time on Chris, but at 2.1 seconds behind Jason, I don't think that's going to be a big deal.
Well, at the moment, it's I'm getting flashbacks from the last one. Although this time around we've got a lot more on the lead lap, but it's still like at the moment Jason gets out front and no one can sort of match him. So we'll see what happens when we get to the business end of this race in about another 178 laps.
Yeah, I think Jason definitely is contending for this one. We've got 10 guys on the lead lap. Got a few more cautions to go. Joshua Carroll Walden's 2 laps down. He can get one of those back if we get a yellow. But right now, Jason just seems to be the class of the field, all out there on his own. 2.5 seconds ahead of Chris.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to have to get some good old boys from your side of town to come over and have a play. But then again, very early in the morning for them, so maybe the times would have to change.
Yeah, it's really, really late over here for, especially, most of the guys that do this are on the East Coast, very few on the West Coast, which is my time, and the East Coast is where most of these guys are, and that's where Brad is. And race start time, the race start is at 1 o'clock. They'll be qualifying at midnight, so, and then going on to 3-4 o'clock in the morning, Saturday morning.
Yeah, no, that's too much of an ask, that's for sure. Unless they kick this off at about 9 a.m. GMT plus 10, that might make it a bit more workable.
Somewhere around noon your time you'd probably be able to get some of these guys, because it would be 9 o'clock East Coast time. And for these full-length races like this, everybody over here knows they go 3-4 hours. So when they see a 9 o'clock race time, they know 8 o'clock qualifying, they're going to be sitting there for 4 hours till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, and a lot of these guys, they just don't have it in them.
I'll have to speak to Roger, see if we can move it down to an 11 a.m. qualifying start.
Yeah, we're halfway. I think we're halfway through the deal. No, we're five events in, right? This is the fifth one.
Yeah. And for the viewers, the key events in the series, the big name events, they'll be covered on RTV, but not every single round will be covered for these cup races, because as you'd be aware, it takes a lot of effort to cover these, and we're very lucky that Gary and Brad stay up till all hours to join me to help call these races.
Yeah, right now you're looking at the 920 of Chris Parnell running in the 4th spot. He's trying to hang on to that car.
Edwards slowing as well in the 53. He's just lost a couple of positions. Phil Otto's gone past him, so I'm not sure if he had some sort of slide, but he was definitely off pace there.
Yeah, something happened with him, but he'll catch it back up. He'll get it back up again. Roger Clark right there in the mix.
Yeah, he's back up to speed now, so might have just got a little bit loose there and had to gather it up. He's just towing on the back of Phil here as they go past Darren McKenzie. It's a real shame about Darren, because he had a good car earlier on.
Yes, he did, and I'm pretty sure he's kicking himself for whatever happened, and I'm not sure why he didn't use the fast repair, but he's back out there getting at it. 39 laps down, but I think it's a points race for him now.
Yeah, and you can see Mirko here second. He's 5.9 seconds down from Mirko, and Danny G's another 2 seconds down from him. So the guys are definitely spread out in the top 3. Then we've got Chris Purnell in 4th. 5th is Roger. Then he's got Phil Otto. It's looking good for Phil. He's coming good at the second half of this race. Edward Foster sitting in 6th. 7th is Jason Martin, who's just taken his stop. So yeah, he's normally the first one to pit, isn't he?
He was the last green flag stop we had. Jason was the first one to stop.
Seems pretty early though. I'm not sure how many under green they've been running. Doesn't seem that much.
No, it doesn't, but it actually was. They went back to green lap 199, and here we are at lap 28, so 30 laps. That's about right.
Yep. Yeah, because we saw him when he gets like that at around about 30, that car gets extremely loose very quickly. So no doubt he's knowing exactly when he wants to bring that in, as we see now the 53 diving in to pit lane to take service as well. That means Chris Purnell, he'll go round now to be leading, and Phil Otto's still out there. So it looks like Roger Clark, he's in pit road. So is Mirko. Mirko's doing the old NASCAR style stop there with the nose sticking out and ready for a quick release. Daniel Stevens also in, our spotlight driver. And yeah, so there you go.
And Norman Clark is actually still out on the track as he goes around start-finish line again one more time for lap 233. Chris Parnell out front. Phil 1.7 seconds behind him. Norman Clark 6.4 seconds behind Chris. Danny G just coming back out on the pit road. Edward Foster looks like he's just coming out off the pit road. Danny Stevens on the apron coming back out of pit road. And Jason Martin is currently 2 laps down. But as soon as everybody gets their pit cycle through, we'll see where that ends.
Yeah. You can see now Mirko just getting up to speed after his stop on the back straight. He's coming out, Phil Otto just ahead of him. So Chris Purnell's led for the last couple of laps, and Phil, if he stays out long enough, he might actually get to lead a lap of this race.
That would be pretty awesome, starting dead last and leading the race just over the halfway point for Phil, for definitely sure. Chris is going to pit sometime soon. He's been running loose. He's been slipping that back end out a little bit, so those tires got to be wearing out just as he comes out of 2 slides a little bit. So hopefully he gets in here and gets pitting. Mirko's catching him.
Yeah, Phil's down on the apron now. That one has to come in to take service next, and that will mean Chris Purnell, he's the only one out there apart from Norman Clark now that haven't taken service this time round.
Yeah, Norman Clark goes around another time. Doesn't look like he's ready to stop either.
Yeah, Norman really knows how to get the most out of these cars, and he's generally one of the longest stint drivers out there.
Yeah, the only bad thing about right here at this track, Jason Martin is 1.2 seconds faster on the average than Norman. So while Norman's on old tires doing 31-second laps, Jason Martin is on fresh tires doing 28-second laps. So it's not really a good idea to do that fuel run this early in the stint.
Yeah, because you're getting that massive disadvantage. As we can see now, Chris Purnell, I thought he was about to come in there, but he stays out. I think he just got a bit of a waggle going on, as that car's looking pretty bent, but it's still got good pace. And James Foster now, folks, is just coming out of pit road as well. He is 4 laps down from the lead.
Yeah, and here comes Jason Martin. He's going to reclaim one of those laps back from Chris Purnell as they go into turn 3 and 4. Take start-finish line. Jason will only be 1 lap down. So Chris Purnell hanging out this long on these old tires, he's going to be substantially behind Jason when he comes back out of pits.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why they don't react when Jason comes in, that they don't follow him in, because as you said, the old tyres, you can see now Jason streaking away from Chris. That's going to disadvantage him a lot once he comes into pit road.
Unless I'm following the leader, I usually don't do what the leader does. I try to listen to the spotter when the leader is on pit road and try to hit at the same time he does and stay on the same pit strategy. A lot of times that doesn't work out that well. I don't know why Chris Purnell's staying out, but maybe he thinks he's got something going on, just same as Roger. Maybe he thinks he's got something going on that's going to gain at the end.
Okay.
We've got Danny G, first car lap down in the 3rd spot. Edward Foster, 2nd car lap down in the 4th spot with Phil Otto. The 3rd car lap down in the 5th spot. Jason Martin is catching everybody and putting them back where they were before he pitted, but he's definitely got some racing to go.
Definitely has, and you can see Danny G there just getting past Chris Purnell now, who's staying out there, so he's going to really suffer when he brings that car in. Norman Clark, I'm having a look where he is in 2nd, still out there, running very deep. He's going to be down the order as well when he comes in. To give you an idea, folks, Chris Purnell, his lap time, 30.685 last time by. Norman Clark, 31.174. If we look at Danny G, 29.175, but let's compare that to Jason Martin. His last time by was a 29.032.
Yeah, and it's getting late. I imagine these guys are getting tired.
Yeah, I'd say so, but Chris is going down about 1.7 seconds a lap to Jason at the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely losing a lot of time on those tires. He's just lost 2 seconds in less than 2 laps to Danny G, as Danny G is coming back around to catch him. And Edward Foster now just gets back on the lead lap. So these guys are slowly catching their laps back, and Chris is just kind of hurting himself staying out there. Pitting now is really going to hurt him, but I imagine he's praying for a yellow. It's about the only thing that's going to help him right now.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can imagine he's trying to do as well, is hope someone will come out, cause a yellow, and let's say Norman's playing a similar strategy.
Well, I've watched 4 races with these guys. I've raced 1. Praying for a caution with this group is stupid.
Yeah,
it does not happen. Pray all you want. it doesn't happen. These guys run pretty clean, and I think Bristol was the track we saw most cautions. But hey, that's a short track, and that's going to happen. But everything else has been, very few cautions, minimal cautions, and long green flag runs. So, I'm not, if I get to race with these guys again, I am not going to be praying for a caution to do the best I can.
Yeah, well, generally earlier on in the race, you've got a better chance of a caution coming out than now. These guys will probably get one, maybe two more cautions to the end as Chris nearly on cue gets it all sorts of sideways and gathers it up again. He's going through again.
Yeah, he managed to save that one. Wonder if he's definitely giving himself a workout for his dirt track racing. But man alive, I would come in. If it were me, I would have come in about 10 laps ago. But he's putting on a show for ANZCAR and RRTV, so we'll just watch him and give him for what it's worth, right?
Oh, definitely. It's great to have someone. Oh, now he's lost it. Gather it up. Oh, he's gathered that up. I reckon he's going to come in next lap. What do you reckon?
I hope so. Yeah, he just lost a second to Norman. And I imagine Norman might come in when he comes in. I don't know. It's hard to say what Norman's going to do. He's that little sneaker back there, but doesn't look like he's slowing down. No,
he's staying out. And you can just see it when it comes off the corner how loose it is at the moment. Like Norman gets the name the Magician because he did one race in the trucks, and he did it one stop earlier, or no stops at all for the whole race. So he knows how to drive to keep his tyres going. But Chris, at the moment, that car is just torn up. It's loose. It's angry. Just wants to turn around and bite him.
It is a little ticked off right now, and to that, Norman is catching him 0.3 of a second that lap, and Norman's just running consistent laps. So Chris Parnell staying out there on those ticked off tires isn't doing him any good, and he's definitely losing to the fast guys. Jason Martin is now up in 7th, catching him. Danny Stevens up in 6th, he's catching him. Phil Otto's catching him based on time. Edward Foster, Danny G. Everybody's catching him, and he really needs to get in there before he gets too far back, because once these guys catch up to him and he decides to pit, they're going to put him 1, possibly 2 laps down.
And maybe he's trying to either wait for a yellow, which we decided that's a stupid move, or he's trying to reduce the amount of pit stops he has to do to the end of this race. But I hope he does have a strategy up his sleeve that we haven't thought of, because it's hurting him at the moment. These guys are still in the 30s. You just heard that car spin up as he got back on the front tri-oval there.
Yeah, he's definitely losing grip there as Phil Otto takes one of his laps back.
You can see on the low line there, that's Darren McKenzie just getting out of their way. He's 43 laps down. Looks like we've also lost the 95. Sam DeVenti has parked that car, and here comes Purnell sideways into pit road, and he'll take service now.
Yeah, hopefully he gets all 4 and doesn't have to back up into his pits and saves a little bit of time, but that relinquishes the lead to Norman Clark, who looks like he's got a little bit of a loose condition coming out of 2. We'll see what he's going to do. It looks like he's going to continue to go around and take another lap as the leader of this race.
Yep, so that'll be 7 laps Norman has led tonight. And then we've got Danny G. He is 12 seconds down the road from Norman. And Norman's in the 31s now, last time through. You can see Darren McKenzie, once he's up to speed, and that damaged car's actually quicker, so that says something. I'm just having a look. Jason Martin's still 1 lap down. Oh, Darren's up in the wall.
Chris comes back out of the pit lane, back out on the track, down to the 5th spot, 10 seconds behind Norman. Let's see, just put him a lap down. behind Danny Stevens, Roger Clark. So he's back to 8th behind Roger Clark.
Here comes Mirko and Jason through. Now, Mirko Dortonak's not, in fact, ahead of Jason. He is 1 lap down. Now Norman's coming in. I'd say what they were hoping was if... well, we've talked about the yellow, so we're not going to talk about it again.
Yeah, I imagine Mirko is trying not to go another lap down to Jason, as Jason is just on a rail tonight, and as he puts the 35 car of Joshua Carroll Walden another lap down. Right now, Chris Purnell is the last car on the lead lap, 38 seconds behind Danny G.
Yeah, so Danny G's our leader at the moment in the 24. He's led 2 laps, so that was the last couple of laps he had. Was the first time he's led this race. Edward Foster behind him, he has not led any laps yet tonight, and Phil Otto in 3rd has also not led any laps, but quite a few of them have. Probably about a third of the field has led 1 lap here tonight.
A lot of guys have had the opportunity to get out there with these green flag stops to stay out there long and sacrifice tires to lead the lap, and we have a caution out. Somebody going through the start-finish line.
I've got a caution. Sorry, who was that?
It was right in front of Danny G just a half a lap ago.
Let's go back and have a look. If I can get the number, then we can have a look at who that was.
I am looking.
No worries. I'm going to cheat and go into super slow-mo, and then I can zoom right in and get the number.
Looked like 920 of Chris.
Yeah, it was the 920. Let's jump back and have a look at what happened to the 920 then, eh, folks?
It looks like he got loose in the 4, tagged the wall, and went towards the infield.
Well, he wanted a yellow, but he's brought the yellow out.
Yeah, as you look in there, he got loose, and the back end of the car hit the wall, slapped the front end of the wall, and sent him into the infield. Then there he goes. He's a caller of the caution. So we'll see what happens now. Everybody's going to be on equal tires, and this could be a good race here for the latter half of the race.
Definitely, and Danny G wins a race off pit road, followed by Edward Foster in the 53, Phil Otto, 3rd fastest out, and then Jason Martin, followed by Norman Clark. He's sitting in 5th, so he didn't get too badly buried, thanks to Chris, so he's 5th position, 6th now because Roger goes through. I'm going to go and have another pit stop myself, folks, and we'll be back in a moment.
As these guys get lined up, it looks like the 35 car of Joshua Carroll Walden and the 75 car of Darren McKenzie will be taking a wave around as Danny G actually has the lead, Edward Foster in 2nd, with Phil Otto coming up from 21st to hold a 3rd position on this restart. Jason Martin in 4th. Roger Clark rounding out the top 5 with Norman right behind him. So Norman's going to be starting behind his son on this restart. Danny Stevens up from 20th to 7th. And Chris Parnell, who brought us out this last caution, sitting on pit road, looking to do some a lot of body repair.
Yeah, I think that car needs it. It's needs something, that's for sure. But then 10th is Joshua Carroll-Walden. He's 2 laps down now, and he should get the lucky dog. There he goes.
Yeah, he got the lucky dog, and I think, wait a minute, went 75 getting the wave around.
Okay, so I'd say they're using the rule that the cars that are in front of the leader, between pace car and the leader, get that wave around. I'd say that's what's going on to cleanse the field.
Getting lined up on the backstretch, ready to take the green as the pace lights are out. Danny G is going to take him to the start. Lap 262.
It's all right, I was just having a read of the comments, and Steve Hoppert disagrees with something we've said there. But I don't know where Steve is. He should be out here on track, so I wonder what's going on with him. But we've got Danny G. He'll lead them off now. Pace car will be back in, and we'll be underway here very shortly, folks.
And we're underway right now. Looks like Danny G got him a good start.
Yeah, he's got a good start, and he will have led 8 laps of this race. Look at the number 9. Earlier on, that car's really good, isn't it? And he's sitting there right up behind Phil Otto now, moving to the low line to take that position. And right behind him is Jason Martin. It'll take Jason a bit of time to get the nitro hooked up, but expect him to come blasting through again in probably about 5 laps' time.
And he goes back a couple of spots to Mirko and James. But like you said, he'll get it, and he'll be back up there. But Roger Clark definitely capitalized on that restart. He got a good start and got back up into the second spot there. Yeah,
and meanwhile, Mirko knows he's got a bit of time up his sleeves before that nitrous kicks in. So he's trying to get himself unlapped and back on that lead lap. He just got past Edward Foster. Next one on the list will be Roger Clark. We're riding with him at the moment. And then you've got Danny G about 3 car lengths down from Roger.
Yeah, it looks like Roger's going to try and take the lead from Danny G. But he's going to have a workout with Mirko right there trying to get a lap back.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Mirko's thinking as he goes on the inside of Roger. And now he's also going to dive on the inside of Danny G here. And I tell you what, that 62's, it's going like the clappers at the moment.
Yeah, he gets lit up, and he can actually run longer than Darren was able to. But we'll see as he tries to fight for his lap back here.
Yeah, got a little bit loose there and nearly got up into Danny G in turn 4. But he's back up to speed now as he goes through. We'll get that lap back. And now what he's got to do is try to get a massive gap in the hope that Jason Martin, once that turbo or whatever the hell he's got under that bonnet kicks in.
Yeah, or another caution. These guys pushing it. That was a good slip up, pushing it inside Danny G there, trying to get past him for his lap back. A little hard racing on green tires, but hey, he got it done. He got back out there, and now it's his track per se.
Yeah, I reckon when they lift the lid up on Jason's car later on, they'll probably find there's a little bloody mouse in a wheel there running its heart out.
There's something in there. He's definitely playing it smart. I will give him that. He knows his setup. He knows what his car can do, and he's not overdriving. He's not underdriving it. He's driving it exactly like he needs to. And right now, he's finding himself in 4th spot, but I don't think he's going to be there for very long. He's just less than 4/10 of a second off the bumper of Phil Otto as he comes into turn 4, closes that gap. looks to take the 4th spot from Phil Otto.
Yeah, so that car's coming good on cue, and we'll start seeing that 21 starting to move back up through the field now. Last time by 28.813 and or 418, sorry. Danny G was 28.8, and he's battling it out with Roger at the moment. Mirko's not really getting a gap on these two.
Not yet. I don't think he's going to be able to. He's not running. I mean, they've pretty much ran evenly all race. Mirko seems to have a little bit longer run than Danny G and Roger. Roger looks like he's doing pretty good right now, hanging on to Danny G, but man, Jason Martin found the bottom of that gas pedal. Right now he's contending with James Foster, who's 3 laps down. He's just right there on the backside of everybody.
Yeah, you can see Roger now going down to the low line. You can see Jason Martin coming through as Jason's trying to clear James Foster. James is now down 3 laps.
Mirko into the wall, safely out of everybody's way.
I can have a quick look at that.
Jason Martin is gone around Roger Clark for 2nd spot.
Just having a look at this replay here of Mirko.
And it looks like he's coming out of 4. The car just gets freed up on him, and the whole car gets into the wall. He hangs it into the wall. That's a good call on his part. Keep out of the way of the leaders. He knew they were behind him, so it might have hurt that car a lot, but he did a good job staying out of the way.
Yeah, it's the thing, isn't it? You drive it up. Here he comes down pit road to see if he's got a fast repair. If not, that could be his run done as far as run for the top podium position. But now Danny G up into the wall. He gathers it back up. Is he going to get it again as we're now riding with him? And on the inside of him is Jason Martin. You might see him blow by in a minute.
Yeah, as Jason Martin's caught up to Danny G and got Danny G loose going into turn 2 and got him into the wall, slowed him down a little bit. And looks like Jason's going to take that top spot away from Danny. As they go into turn 1, clears him free. Dan's running high, gives him all the room he needs, and lets Jason just do his thing.
Yep, so lap 275 of 400 here, folks. Got 125 laps going. I hope you're all enjoying our coverage, and you've got your favourite beverages still being served to you. I'm out of coffee for the 3rd time, and I'm down to water again. I guess you're on to your 5th Death Cap coffee.
I'm still sipping on my second 20, but we got some sponsors we got to mention tonight we haven't done yet.
Yeah, we've who we got? APCS Computer Systems is backing us today, and it's great to have them on board. And yeah, they're the main sponsors.
Yeah, they build pretty good computers. Anybody out there in Australia is watching this and you need a computer to do this stuff, you don't need the best computer, you don't need to throw a bunch of money at it, but if you want a top-notch computer, they're going to be the guys to go to.
Yeah, especially they're sim racers themselves, so they know what you need to get out of a computer, and tell them what your budget is, and I'm sure they'll be able to accommodate you. We also heard from Riley DeVente, who is saying Sam's called it a night. His hands were hurting from all those laps he did, but also he didn't want to stay out there in case he ruined other people's race, so that was a good call for the 95 to park it. Just saw there Roger Clark also up into the wall. He nearly got served there by James, but James just backed out of it and let him gather it back up again.
Yeah, James has been running him high, trying to pass him. They're not even on the same lap. James is racing them as if they're racing for position. So James is giving it all he's got, obviously, and Roger's running on the high side where his car's really not working. He doesn't have those Roger tires on right now, so I don't think he's very happy.
Yeah, and right behind him is Edward Foster, who's flashing in and out, and he was having a run on Roger when he flashed out, and I held my breath because I was wondering where he was going to reappear, but it looks like he just backed out a bit to make sure he didn't appear in Roger's passenger seat.
Yeah, that always stinks when you come back in the car, somebody else's car.
Exactly right.
And behind him, about 2.5 seconds, you got Norman Clark back there running his race, who stayed out there on that last pit cycle as long as he possibly could, and the caution was able to let him catch back up. So he's inside the top 10 in 6th spot with Danny Stevens. 7th spot. He's a bit back from Norman, but again, running his own race. He's got the whole track to himself. Doesn't have to worry about anybody but himself, and making his own mistakes. So he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do.
Yeah, that's it. And John O.B., shout out to him. He's joined us, and he's going for the MFR racing guys. So at the moment, looking at MFR, we've got Danny G, I think he's MFR, and Roger Clark. But Roger's now dropped a position because Phil Otto, was Phil running third? He was, wasn't he?
Yes, Phil's been running third for a minute.
And Roger's got his mirrors full now of Edward Foster. James has got past him by the looks of it and moved on up the track, but Edward's now going that low line. Roger seems to favour that high line, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't, but he can run it. When he has, he's actually slowed down about a 0.5 second. So early on in the run, he was running high 1 and 2, low in 3 and 4. And then in the middle, he runs about the middle of the track, both turns. And then towards the end, he's a little loose and he runs the white line all the way around. But yeah, he doesn't favor that high line, but he can run it. I'm pretty sure he's cussing while he's doing it. He's watching that wall come up pretty quick.
Yeah, while you were talking about that, I was thinking next race, in one of these long races, I'm going to bring down an esky and a coffee machine. That way I can just eat and don't have to get back up again.
Yeah, I've got a Keurig and a K-Cups, and pop one of them in and push a button, and I've got 12 ounces of hot coffee.
Yeah, but your 12 ounces of hot coffee burns through the bottom of the mug.
No, it just melts a spoon if you stir something in it.
Yeah, you probably got one of those reinforced. Oh, Roger Clark's around. Is he going to gather it up? He does. And I'll tell you what, that would... Oh, no, he's gone. He's gone into the wall.
Into the wall. And again, Norman Clark just barely misses him. You couldn't fit a bald guy's hair between those two.
Well, they're a close family, you know.
Yes, that's a little close.
Yeah. Let's have a look at what happened here. He had James behind him. And let's see if James has taken the air off that car. He's can't know. Yeah, he's taken the rear off the... looks like the air's come off Roger's car. Is that how you'd call it?
Yeah, it looks like he had caught James again. And James just hadn't let him get away and got back up behind him. That's probably the first time I've seen Roger get loose in the middle of the track, between 1 and 2. So, and then he looked like he had it saved, and then the car twitched and went in the inside wall, and man, Norman just barely get by him.
Yeah, we'll go back and have another look at that, folks. We'll try and get a closer camera view of this so you can just see how close Norman came, and that's another very close call there for Norman. If you're wondering what we're talking about, folks, he was like Moses earlier on.
If you put it on the roof cam on James Foster's car, you'll see how close he got to Roger, and you will actually probably see the back end of Roger's car lift up ever so slightly.
All right, we'll go back one more time, folks. Have a look at this from the roof cam of James Foster's car. And you can talk us through this, eh? See if I've got the roof cam. Nope.
That's
Pause.
a gyro. See right there, it looks like he hit him.
Yeah, he did. I heard the bang.
Yeah, so he actually got into him, and that was that's not good.
You'll just hear the bang here, folks, are on the roof cam.
Yeah, as you see, he's got a good run, that little bit of arrow, and then he doesn't slow up as much as Roger does, is getting into one, gets him sideways. Looks like Roger had it composed, and then the car just twisted and went away from him. But again, I would say that's going to be due to James's little bump draft in there.
There's another one around. That's Phil Otto. He went around the next corner through. Wow. So Roger won't have any fast repairs left either, will he? Because he's used it up earlier on tonight in that big wreck he was involved in.
Yeah, I think he used it up earlier. Phil Otto, as I look back on the replay, comes out of 2 down the straightaway. Looking good, got down on the apron. Looked like he was going to come into the pits for some reason, or got down on the apron for the yellow flag, or I don't know, but he got sideways for sure and in the grass.
And the latest retirement, folks, Mirko Dortnack in the 62, unfortunately, after that big hit down the tri-oval when he kept it up in the wall, there's destroyed that car, and they've taken it behind the wall.
Yeah, he hit that wall pretty hard, and also Stephen Williams has gone ahead and decided to exit the server and call it a night. So, yeah, Mirko, he took a pretty hard hit. That was a hard hit, and I know he was trying as hard as he could to get back on that lead lap and stay ahead of those guys. And I got to give it to him. Kudos to him to keeping it up against that wall and out of the way of the leaders and not causing the end of the night for the leaders. That was really good on his part, good sportsmanship, and he just parked it and walked away. So, come back next week, next race, next month, whenever this next one is, and try and redeem yourself and get yourself a win.
Yeah, they run these once a month, folks. So if you want to join in, message Roger Clark. We'll go to the facebook.com ANZCAR page and have a chat with them and see what qualifications you need to join them. At the moment, though, Jason Martin's going to lead them off. A few more stats here, folks. As far as the starters, we had 21 take to the start. We're down to 13. Still running. As far as cars on the lead lap, the top 6 are on the lead lap. Phil Otto's the last one on the lead lap in the number 1.
Up from last place, so he's done very good tonight, Stan. He's been lapped down, gets back on the lead lap, so good job to him as Jason Martin takes off and leads these guys around one more time.
So we've got 9 cars on track at the moment. That means there's 3 to 4 cars on pit road trying to get repaired. Roger was the last one, and Darren McKenzie's getting a repair. So is Dave Douglas in the number 10. He's been in there for quite some time.
Yeah, as Roger Clark just now comes back onto the track. It doesn't look like he got the car totally repaired, but we'll see what he can do with that. He's going to stay out and run it. Darren McKenzie's still in for repairs. Dave Douglas still in repairs. So we'll see if those guys are going to be able to continue for the night.
Yeah, so Roger's come back out 4 laps down. Chris Purnell in the 920. He's out there 3 laps down. James Foster's 3 laps down, and Joshua Carroll Walden is 1 lap down.
And you have Edward Foster looking to gain a position on Danny G right now as they chase Jason Martin around. At least for the moment, till Jason Martin gets rid of that little bug underneath his pedal and gets it all the way to the floor. So it look like they're not losing any time right now, but Edward Foster is right on the back of Danny G.
Yeah, he's starting to push forward, and we're saying Edward's got a bit of momentum coming into this race, and he's definitely got it now. He's sitting third, fighting to try to get to second. You can see Norman Clark fourth. He's off the pace, but he's doing the tortoise and the hare run. And Chris Purnell, he's trying to get his lead back. He's all over the back of Edward. Edward's also got his brother, James, wanting to get past him as well.
Yeah, James Foster's 3 laps. Both those guys are 3 laps down, Chris and James, but they're going to get up in the mix of these leaders here, and hopefully they can hang on to their car. Chris, no disrespect to his driving talent, but he seems to have a loose car here in about a couple of laps, and he hangs on to it, but he's definitely got a loose car, and hopefully he just doesn't get anybody up there.
Yeah, that's it, and that's a danger, isn't it, when they're racing to get those laps back, that if they get loose, they can affect someone else's race. We saw that with Roger and James when he gave him that tap and turned him.
Yeah, as Purnell goes inside of the 24 car of Danny G. Not for position, but to gain a lap back. But, he's got to catch Jason Martin to get just one of those laps of the 3 he's down. So nobody's been able to catch Jason Martin tonight. I highly doubt, no disrespect to Chris Purnell at all, but I highly doubt he's going to be able to catch Jason with a damaged car and make up any time. So hopefully he doesn't race it too hard and get into the wall and cause him trouble for these guys.
Yeah, you've done a few NASCAR races yourself. As a race driver on the lead lap, how do you feel when you've got these guys that are a few laps down racing you, trying to get past?
A little irritated, and you move your thumb as far away from the button that you can, because you just want to yell out all sorts of expletives.
Yeah.
There's no, my opinion, like I said, no disrespect to these guys at all. These guys are doing a hell of a job. No disrespect, and I hope they don't think I do disrespect them by saying you need to back off. Let these guys run. You're 3 laps down. You have a damaged car. Your car is not running up to snuff. You might think it is, but it's not. And one slip up, and you're going to take out. Edward Foster right now is running behind Purnell. If Purnell slips up, hits the wall, Edward's got no place to go. Edward's running 3rd spot, been running up front all night long, doesn't have a damaged car, and has the possibility to win if something happens to Jason. But he's got a good chance to finish right now, top 5, and Chris Purnell has a damaged car and can possibly take it out. I would be pissed. And again, it has nothing to go against how good of a driver Chris is, or his talent level, his skill level, his SR rating, I rating, and iRacing. It doesn't matter. He's 3 laps down racing leaders. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, it's not the driver, it's the situation, really, isn't it, that Edward's finding himself in at the moment. And you can see he's sort of sandwiched into a couple of guys that are 3 laps down, as Chris now takes a high line. Is Edward going to be able to clear him? He's seeing Danny G disappear down the track at the moment, and right behind them is Norman Clark. He's a couple of seconds down the road from here, but he's been driving a very strategic race tonight, hasn't he? He's just let the guys go, and he's let them all wreck, and he's up in the top 4 now.
Yeah, Chris Purnell's running mid-29s. I don't know if he's slowing Edward down any at all. I'm not sure what Edward's times were before. I think Edward's been running low 29s to mid-29s in the past. But I guess as long as Purnell holds himself and he doesn't hold up any of these top contenders, then, it is what it is. But, Norman Clark, sneaker.
Certainly is, and he's just knocking on the door of the top 3 now, and that 11 hasn't had outright speed, but he's definitely approached this in a wise, smart way.
Yes, he has. In that long run that he ran where he got to lead a few laps, that definitely helped him out there to keep getting up there in the contention for a top 5.
Yeah, and as far as the top 5 go, folks, there's only 2 cars that have not led a lap here tonight. That is the 53 of Edward Foster, and back there in 5th is our spotlight driver, the number 66, Daniel Stevens.
Yeah, he's only 9.3 seconds out of Jason right now. We're early in the run, you know, he's Daniel Stevens seems to be holding his own right now. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do, and you know, from the guy that had kind of killed his qualifying run, backing it into the wall there, starting in the back with Phil, doing a pretty good job, starting 20th and ending up 5th. It's definitely going to be a good night. No, he didn't win, but you know, definitely a top mover.
Yeah, definitely. And he knew coming in that he wouldn't be winning it, and he's approached it in the way he, as you said, exactly as he said, consistent and continuing on, which is what he's doing, top 5, so that's awesome. And we can see now Chris Purnell's starting to put the hammer down. He's left Edward Foster behind, and he's closing in on Danny G at the moment.
Yeah, I hope his car stays with him. He's doing a really good job with controlling that car. So I just hope it stays with him, and he can just get around the track. If we get another caution, let's see, Joshua Carroll Walden looks to be the would be the recipient of the lucky dog. So Chris Pennell, you know, going 3 laps down in the pits kind of hurt him. So we'll see if he can get any of that back. As long as that car doesn't come out from under him like he did just a minute ago, hit the apron.
Yeah. And Joshua Carroll Walden, he's been quite a few laps down, hasn't he? But he's been getting the lucky dog the last few times, and he's slowly but surely he's getting that car back up on the lead lap. As you can see now, Daniel Stevens goes through. He's got Phil Otto behind him. I had to hold my breath. I thought they were going to get into each other. That was Carroll Walden and Stevens.
Yeah, I think Joshua got into an accident, big wreck. I think was Roger Clark got turned and got into him. He got airborne and did a fast repair on that, and you know, he's coming back for a 6th place, 1 lap down.
Yeah, well, he was in a big wreck before he even started the race, and that was his qualifying, wasn't it, when he went across and took out Mirko, who was waiting in pit road to start his qualifying lap.
Yeah, that was a kicker there. He still managed to put down a qualifying lap, but yeah, Mirko had to bring out the backup car for the qualifying.
Yeah, and it's not funny, but I bet you Mirko didn't even know that that hit was about to come.
No, that was what the hell was that?
Sorry, what was that?
I'm pretty sure he's sitting there and all of a sudden ended up in another spot and thought, what the hell? He got out of the car and went and watched the replay to see what happened.
Exactly right. Let's see now, Danny G is just staying ahead of, I've forgotten his name now.
Chris.
Yeah, that yellow car. And Edward's still being shadowed by his brother James at the moment. And
Chris is doing a really good job of holding on to that car. He's got good times, you know, and running high 29s right now, right there with Danny G. He's getting a little loose coming out of the turns. I think he's just over pushing the car a little bit, but he's definitely got, see right there, he's got control of that car. Doing a really good job, and I hope he can at least finish the race and the car doesn't just get away from him.
Yeah, well, that car's pretty torn up in the front there and in the rear, but his pit crew have been slowly but surely probably borrowing parts off other cars and strapping it on to try to get that car to the finish line.
Yeah, he's going to need quite a few more cautions to get back on the lead lap and be any contention for these guys. I mean, if he was on the same lap as these guys, it'd be a good race, but right now he's just hanging on to that car for everything it's worth.
going to have a look at Phil Otto, Chris is down 3 laps, James Foster's down 3. So those two are actually racing for position earlier on. And then we've got Roger Clark 5 laps down now in 10th position.
Yeah, with Mirko is gone, Darren is sitting in the pits, Dave is still sitting in the pits, and Sam DeVentiar and 14th on back have exited the server, but I'm not sure if Dave and Darren are making repairs on the car or having a chat with the crew or what they're doing.
Yeah, Dave's still in his car. He's been in there for an awful long time, 3 times longer than Darren, so I'd say Dave's probably done. He might come out to take the flag, but really coming out now, they're not really going to benefit much at all. It'll be a race between him and Darren to fight for their position, but there's no way they're going to catch up with the other guys unless they have a retirement. And how many laps we've got left here? 84 laps, I think.
Yeah, they've both been sitting there since lap 243. So either they're 1,000 minutes into repair, or they're just sitting there. Not sure why, but yeah, they've been sitting there for over 50 laps.
Yeah, and Chris's car's now got loose. He's dropped down behind Edward. James has also passed him for that position. Brings James up to 8th now, and Chris down to 9th. We saw this last time, didn't we? With Chris's car, it starts getting mighty loose, and he fights it until it turns around and just bites him.
Yeah, but he can hold on to it for quite a few laps doing that sideways stuff. Where, as you saw, Jason's car, he got loose a couple of times, and he had to bring it in because he was dirt tracking it. A smart move on Jason's part, and I don't know if it's just the ability that Chris he knows he's capable of holding that car sideways and maintaining something, but yeah, his tires have definitely gone out. He's slowed down a lot right now, and he's just hanging on to that car.
Yeah, well, he's definitely got a lot of talent. I haven't seen him out running before, I don't think, unless I'm just forgetting, but he definitely knows how to keep that car, as once again off turn 4, you could just see it there sliding through the tri-oval, and he gathers it back up and off he goes.
Yeah, there's no lack of talent as far as handling that wheel there, none at all. He's doing a great job holding on that car, just like Mirko is doing. So hopefully his fate doesn't end the same as Mirko's, and he can finish this race. But yeah, definitely, he was with us at Bristol, and I believe he did pretty good. I can't remember exactly, but he was with us at Bristol, and he was a contender.
Yeah, John O.B. reckons the man to watch towards the end of this is the number 66, Daniel Stevens. He said, cast your mind back to who won the Daytona 500, and that was this guy on screen at the moment.
Yeah, Danny Stevens is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. He's just running as smooth as he can, and doing the best he can with what he's got. And starting from the back like where he did, he's done pretty good, top 5 right now. To win, I don't think he has anything for Jason Martin. If we do get a caution and then the field gets bent back up, he might have something for Norman and Danny G and Edward. But yeah, I'll just have to disagree. Jason Martin is a class of field tonight unless something blows up, breaks, or he just makes a right turn. This race is Jason's.
Yeah, last time by, see what it is this time through, but last lap Daniel was the fastest. This time through he's not far off Jason's pace, but I'd say Jason now with that big lead, he's probably turning down the wick slightly. Then again, maybe not, I could be wrong, and but they're all in the 30s at the moment.
Yeah, lap 321 was a 30.316 for Danny, and 30.557 for Jason. So yeah, either Jason's backed off of it, and Danny Stevens has picked it up, or
Yeah, Danny G was the fastest that time by, wasn't he?
yeah.
Maybe
Last
Jay.
pit stop was at 290. So we've gone 34 laps. So it's about time for some green flag pit stops.
I reckon also we should tell Jason to stop playing with his food, because that's a
And
feeling.
there's Jason sliding in. Looks like he's gonna. Oh, that's not good.
No,
Oh, that's not good.
that's
He
going
gets
to.
down, but I don't think that was a proper pit entry.
No, you'll get an unsafe pit entry for that one for sure. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, I think he wanted to pit as he's coming out and got his tire down on the apron and couldn't get slowed up enough. He should have just kept on going straight back out on the track, because I think that's going to give him a penalty, stop and go at least.
Yeah, so that'll change the complexion of this race big time. Now, if he was pacing himself, he's going to have to really put the hammer down if he wants to win this race.
Yeah, I think something like that bit him before this season.
And the yellow's out. So all of a sudden, Jason Martin is in a world of pain. He's one lap down. He's going to have to serve a penalty. And, man, look at the wreck in front of him.
Norman is on his lid. Norman Clark is on his roof. James Foster is up into the wall right in front of Jason Martin.
We'll go back and have a look at this. And fortunately, the pit crew, the safety cars, won't need to pull him out, because he's just got to hit the escape button. Daniel Stevens was involved in this as well.
Yeah, as I'm watching Norman right now as he's coming out of turn 4, he's looking okay. Start-finish line, gets hit by Danny Stevens, and him and Danny Stevens go into the center. He hits the pit wall. Bill hits him. James into Daniel Stevens. That was a mess right there in front of James Martin.
So where did it happen? Was it Daniel Stevens that started this?
Daniel Stevens right in the tri-oval of lap 325 as they go to 326. As you see right there in the start-finish line, he had a run on him and miscalculated how far down he was.
Well,
I don't know what...
Look at the replay, because what's happened is Norman's actually checked up. Danny
I'm not
hasn't.
sure why Norman checked up, though.
The 53, Edward Foster into the wall with James Foster ahead of them, and Norman's checked up, and Danny Stevens got in the back of him. So have a look at the replay we just put through, and we'll have a look at this up ahead, because these guys come unstuck. Norman Clark checked up, Daniel didn't and turned him around. Phil Otto also involved. You can see now both the Foster brothers have both come loose. Let's get a wide shot if we can. And let's have a look at this. They both got loose. They've got into each other on the infield and come back out on the track.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Norman checked up so early, and I imagine Danny didn't realize he was checking up that early as well. But that was quite a distance checking up. Unfortunately, it put Norman on his roof. So yeah, Edward and James, getting loose coming out of 4, taking it down through the midfield. Again, I'm not sure why Norman decided to check up so soon, but he did, and it wrecked it.
And Jason's come out of pit road into a battlefield. He's actually pulled up. He's gone, what the hell? And he's letting the safety car or the pace car go through to make sure it was safe to continue on. But that has changed the whole complexion of this race now. And Danny G, he is in first. And then we'll have Daniel Stevens in second. He's coming around now after getting that car repaired, I'd say. Jason Martin third. Jason may get a wave around here. If he's... No, is he down a lap? He'd have to be down a lap. He'll get a wave around, but he may still have a penalty to serve. Looks like Edward Foster, where's he? He's out there. He's had that car repaired. Joshua Carroll-Walden 1 lap down as well. He probably won't get the lucky dog this time through. Chris Purnell, 3 laps down, still going strong. James Foster, looks like his night may be run. He doesn't have any fast repairs left.
Yeah, I don't think he had a fast repair on the last one. He was doing pretty good. 20 laps into it, though, his tires are killing. So the lights are out on the pace car, and Joshua go around the pace car. I think Edward, did Edward get around? Yes, Edward gets around the pace car. They'll catch up to the tail end of the field, and we'll have to see if Jason ends up getting the penalty.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to have to wait. He can't serve it under yellow, can he?
No, not in the game. He'll have to wait for the green flag.
He's probably guaranteed a top 6 finish at this point, because I think that's all we've got left.
Top 5.
There you go.
Joshua Carroll-Walden in the 35 car is in 5th spot. He's 1 lap down. He will be on the tail end of the lead lap at this point. So yeah, Jason is guaranteed at least a top 5.
Yeah. Tell you
Norman
what.
Clark is back out on the track. Looks like he used his fast repair after getting up on his lid, with Chris Purnell coming out behind him. So these guys are going to go at it again. It's going to be a good finish.
Certainly is. There's not many cars left, though, out of the 21 starters. So Charlotte's definitely bit them tonight. We can see Danny G now getting the run on Daniel Stevens in 2nd. 3rd is Jason Martin. We've still got to see if he's got to serve a penalty for the unsafe. Norman Clark, he's up into Chris Purnell.
Yes, we've gone green flag racing, and looks like Jason is not coming in to serve anything, so he might not have a penalty.
I'd be surprised. But, let's have a look at Norman here. He got really loose, and I just want to see if he actually got into Chris here as Chris was coming through. I think Chris just might have turned Norman there, and Norman's gathered it up.
Yeah, it looks like you're right. So Jason's back up to 3rd here now, and working on the back of Daniel Stevens, the number 66, and Daniel just gets the rear end sliding just ever so slightly, and Jason will pounce on that. Edward Foster looks like he wants to go through as well. Yeah, I think these guys realize this go time.
Yeah.
A little over 50 laps left of the race. Edward Foster gets by Danny Stevens nice and clean.
For those joining us, the race has been going now for 3 hours and 15 minutes. We've still got another, 65 laps to run here tonight.
Not as long as I anticipated, but still, it's getting there.
Yeah, I'd say it's long enough for me.
Jason Martin is up in the 2nd place. He's 1.8 seconds behind Danny G, and it looks like he has found the end of that throttle, so he's going to be catching him. Edward Foster is 2.5 seconds behind Danny G in 3rd, with Danny Stevens up in 4th. Last car in the lead lap, 3 seconds behind Danny G.
I'm surprised. I don't know, maybe the viewers can tell me why Jason did not get a penalty for unsafe pit entry on the pit road. I would have thought he would have got done for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He must have got down way below speed when he crossed that commitment line. Yeah, I'm not even sure because it looked like he came into pit after the commitment cone through the grass, but he got slowed down to like 40, just under 40 miles an hour before the second line. So I am not sure how he managed to not get a penalty out of that. But hey, here he is up in second place, catching Danny G, just killing it. So kudos to him. Whatever he did getting on the pit road, he did it right.
Yeah. So it looks like iRacing doesn't care how you get onto pit road. It just cares on how fast you're going when you enter pit road.
I don't know. I've gotten unsafe entering pit road. Not on here on the road races, so I don't know if the oval racing pit road entrance is different. Somebody out there's got to know. But I know I've gotten an unsafe pit entry, unsafe pit exit on the road racing, so it is there.
Oh, it definitely is. I got done the other night, Montreal, in the Skip Barber race. When I had a look at it, the front tyre had just gone over the white line, the corner of it on exit.
Oh yeah, yep. When I stay as far over to the left as I possibly can. I've been hit with that so many times on at Montreal. It's just like, oh god.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
That's exactly how it felt. It got even worse because I didn't uncheck the tyres or the fuel, so they changed the tyres again. Then I was saying, are you kidding me?
That's when it bites you in the butt. Yep, for sure. Then you go out and do it again. That's great.
Yeah.
Montreal is really sensitive right there. Another one that's sensitive is just a minute, I get it. As you're watching the telemetry for Jason Martin, as you see his speeds with a gyro cam, going to start finish line out of turn 4. Looks like he's gaining on Danny G in the straightaway. Got to get a good run coming into turn 1. Danny G matches him coming out of turn 2 as far as speed. So it does look like there's a little bit of draft, not much, but Jason is definitely capitalizing on being behind Danny G right now as he gets a better run coming out of 4. Right on the bumper as you pass start finish lines. You're looking at the telemetry, RPMs and the speed. These guys are killing it at the start finish line as he's looking to take Danny G on the outside at turn 2. Nope.
This is where he's so good, isn't it? Have a look at how he gets off the corner compared to Danny G. That's where he's making a lot of time up.
Yeah, there he goes inside of Danny G right now at start finish line to take the lead as they both go into turn 1. Danny G on the outside's got the preferred line there and actually loses a spot to Jason Martin.
Then have a look from the bumper cam here as Jason goes in. Just watch when he comes out of this corner, see if he picks up any gap on Danny. And there he goes. He's probably got in half a car length just on the exit of that one corner.
Yeah, coming out of the turns, he's definitely carrying a lot more speed than anybody else. Turn 2, he's been able to do like first part of this race where the 75 car would get out front and Jason would have to catch him. He would catch him coming out of turn 2 and pass him down the straightaway. So as you look now, you see Danny Stevens passing Joshua again. And that is not for position, but Danny Stevens is still in the 4th spot.
Yeah, he's up 16 positions from where he started. He said that in the pre-race show it was going to be a big night for him. He was going to just pace his way through it, which is exactly what he's done, and it's paid off for him.
Yeah, he's over 7 seconds back from Edward Foster, so unless there's another caution, he's just going to run around and collect that 4th place points.
Yeah, and James Foster, he's back out 4 laps down, and it looks like Darren McKenzie's night's done. he's in pit road and he's been there for a very long time, and I can't see him coming back out.
Yeah, and Dave Douglas has exited the service, so he's called it a night. Not sure if Darren is still working on repairs, but lap 242 is his last one, so 100 laps.
So yeah, we've basically got 10 cars running out of 21, and the 11th one's still trying to be gaffer taped together, and we've only got 4 on the lead lap. Joshua Carroll-Walden, he's been slowly getting his laps back. If there's another yellow, he will get back on the lead lap, and I think he was down about 3 at one point, wasn't he?
Joshua?
Yeah.
Yes, he was down 3 laps, and he's managed to grab 2 of them back. Lucky dog.
Yep.
Not exactly sure why he didn't get the last one back, unless he wasn't eligible for it and he just took a wave around.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't get that, but Jason...
If he pitted.
Yeah, because Jason, he got one, didn't he? He was a lap down after that incident, I think.
Yes. I think Joshua pitted when with the lap down cars, and that disqualified him from the Lucky Dog.
Yeah, and Phil Otto's in the pits. He just let us know that 18 minutes of repairs left for this car. He hasn't called it a night, but the pit crew are going to work at it at the moment.
Well, he might be able to get back out there before it ends, but it's not looking good. 18 minutes. We've got 50 laps left.
Yeah, well,
30 seconds a lap. That's not computing.
It's 25 minutes. Isn't it?
I'm too tired to think.
Yeah. What time is it over there for you? It must be like 3 in the morning or something mental.
1:30 a.m.
Man.
As Jason looks like he's coming up to put James another lap down.
Yep, so James will go down now 5 laps, and he's going to come and put Roger down another lap. Roger's down 7 now, about to go down 8. So folks, if you haven't had enough racing yet, come back at 10 p.m. GMT plus 10 tonight, and we'll be back on air calling the Sim Racers Asia race. It'll be Wee Han Chan and Scott Newton calling the action, and I'll be sitting back doing the cameras.
Drinking coffee.
No, it won't be coffee by that point. It'll be beer.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
At 8 o'clock in the morning, or no, what time would it be you?
10 p.m.
Oh, okay, yeah, it'd be 8 o'clock in the morning for me.
It's breakfast for you, but as long as it's past 6 o'clock somewhere in the world, apparently it's okay.
5 o'clock somewhere, right?
That's it.
Yeah, Jason Martin continues to put a spanking on these guys. 2.6 seconds ahead of Danny G, who looks like he might have it wrapped up if everything goes right with 45 laps to go. Edward Foster in third, 5.2 seconds behind Jason. And then Danny Stevens, 13 seconds in fourth. So looks like these guys are pretty much going to wrap it up. Unless somebody messes up, brings out a yellow, we might not see another pit stop.
Yeah, we may not. We're just looking at the 920s. Chris is still fighting that thing, and it's getting loose off turn 4. He gathers it back up in the tri-oval, and he goes around once more. I reckon Chris has been whipping the heck out of that car to keep it going.
Well, if he's got a G27, you could probably light a piece of paper on fire right now with it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I know mine gets pretty hot. The last time Jason pitted was lap 328. It's 357 now, so in all actuality, we are looking at him be pitting pretty soon.
So yeah, he goes for about 30 laps, doesn't he, before his stint's done. So we'll see when he comes in. He'll have. You reckon he's got one more stop to go, or maybe possibly two?
I think he's gonna try and hold it out. He's this is just speculation now. He's 3.8 seconds ahead of Danny G. He can back off a little bit, not run the car. He can get down within that 30 lap stint that he's good at. So if he can get another 10 laps without Danny G catching him, then come in for tires, get out there and run them last 30 laps like his butt's on fire, I think he'll do just fine. So he's got 3.8 second buffer for second place. He can back off a little bit, still maintain a good pace, and not overdrive those tires where he's slipping and sliding and dirt tracking at Charlotte, and still come out smelling like a rose.
And Edward Foster here in third. He's just cleared Roger, and he's trying to hunt down Danny G now. 1.9 seconds down the track he is. Looking at the fastest lap time last time by, it was... don't know what I'm thinking. It was Jason Martin with a 30.098. He took another 0.2 out of Danny G that lap.
I don't think he's backing off, to tell you the truth.
No.
But he's definitely got some longevity out of this set of tires. So he's not sliding it right now. 35 laps into the run, so he's looking pretty good.
We'll jump into the helmet cam here, folks, and can just have a look at a lap around here with Jason, and don't worry about all that little wobble on the wheel. That's just the telemetry, but you can get an idea how he's driving this car.
Yeah, right now he's pretty steady through the tri-oval. Not much wheel going into one. Looks like he's got a little bit of right turn coming out of two, straightens up, nice and even. Doesn't look like he's fighting anything. Down the straightaway. Into three, nice and smooth. 10% wheel. Fourth, not a whole lot. Little slip there, and that's where it begins. Starts slipping out of four. So through the start finish line, out of the trail into turn one, nice and smooth. It's a textbook run.
We'll have a look at Danny G now, and just see how he's going as far as the car's handling here, Gary.
Are we on Danny G now?
Yep.
Yeah, they look the same, but he's running a higher line than Jason. He's putting a little bit more wheel in, not much more. But as he comes out of fourth, he's got just a little bit more wheel in it. Smooth through the tri-oval, going into turn one. He's running a mid-track, whereas Jason's running down on the white line. So Danny G has got some right turn in it, a little loose there, coming out of two. Gathers it back up, gets on down the straightaway. So he's running a higher line than Jason, and it's kind of hurting him because it's loosening up that car. I don't know if that's because he's got a tight condition and he needs it up there as he comes down into pit road, gets it slowed down, and gets in there just under the neck.
Yeah, it looked to me that car did have a little bit of push coming into, I think it was turn one.
Yeah, as he takes it down into pit road, put on 4 new tires. You got James following him. Danny Stevens is also in the pits. Edward Foster and Jason Martin are still out there as they go around one more time.
Yeah, so 34 laps to go here Danny G should be able to get that car home from here. Might have to just conserve those tyres a bit, but Jason Martin, he should definitely get into that window of pit stops. We'll see when he's coming in. He sounds like he's backing out of it now. No, he's not.
Yeah, Joshua's in for his set of tires. Looks like Norman Clark is in for his set. As Jason Martin, I think he's going to take it to 370. So he knows he's got a good run for 30 laps, and he can stick it to it for 30 laps. So I would look for him to come in here in about 2 laps.
Yeah,
take it to that 370 mark.
Yeah, definitely. All the other guys have now come into the pit road. So,
and he's loose. Yeah, he's coming in right now. See if he can get slowed up. Ooh, that's going to be. Ooh, man.
That was one hell of a pit entry.
Oh, wow. Man, if he got that down to speed, he spends a lot of time working on his pit entry, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, that was pretty spectacular, wasn't it?
Yeah, I hope he got down, man. He's running this race. He's running an impeccable race, and if he got speed and coming in here, it's going to kill him.
Yeah. See Danny G at the moment. He's 1 lap down. We'll see where he comes out with Jason Martin. Jason's coming out now. Danny G's in the tri-oval. And he should probably catch him until Jason gets up to speed. Remember, Jason's car's loose for about the first 5 laps. He comes out here. Here comes Danny G.
Yeah, but Jason's got to get all the way back around again. He's got 30 laps to do it.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. No, I've got him in the lead.
Yeah, got him in the lead as well. So he managed to put Daniel down a good lap and a half before he pitted.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. I'm really impressed.
See Chris Purnell now bringing his car into pit road.
It almost looks like he couldn't get slowed down. He was a little loose.
Looks like Jason once again got that car down to speed and has averted any sort of penalty.
Amazing, isn't it?
It is. But I tell you what, we've got these 3 now racing for position. So we've got Jason Martin, Danny G and Edward Foster all in the same camera shot here. Here comes Edward on the inside to take second position from Danny. And both these guys, you know, they're running a similar setup, aren't they, Jason and Danny? And takes them a while to get these cars pushing again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're running a similar setup, but they definitely got the same characteristics, and Edward Foster has definitely fought back from adversity with going through the middle of the field a couple times, getting caught up with his brother, and coming back with almost a lap down, looking to possibly win this race.
Yeah, well, Edwards now starting to push, isn't he? He can sense that he's in with a shot here, and it's go time. We'll see what he's got now, and if he's got anything that he can throw at Jason.
Yeah, he definitely knows it's go time, and maybe he thinks he's got something for Jason. And I would be hoping Jason would slip up somewhere, but the guy's just on a rail today.
Yeah, and Edward still has not led a lap of this race yet. Now he's fighting for that lead. They're in the very low 29s, a 29.108 for Jason, a 29.120 for Edward, and a 29.1453 for Danny G.
Yeah, they're all running pretty close right now, and still looks like Jason is able to pull away from those guys.
And Phil's just let us know he's got 5 minutes of repairs left now.
Ouch.
It's better than 18. Yeah, you can see that Jason's just lit his butt on fire again. Off he goes. I've got to wait till you tell me you're drinking some coffee so I can see if you're going to choke on it again.
I'm out right now. I need to make me drop another cake up in there, but I got to watch the end of this race.
It's getting interesting now, isn't it?
It's going to be interesting between Edward Foster and Danny G.
Yeah, Jason now is just off again, but you're right, between Danny G and Edward, they're, Edward took about 1/10 out, 1.5 tenths out of Danny that time by. Daniel Stevens, he's 22 seconds down the road in the number 66, sitting in fourth. He lost 0.3 of a second to Danny G.
Yeah, and remember, Danny G's doesn't have a fast car on the start of the pit cycle. His comes in a lot later than Jason's does, but it comes in and it gets going.
That's it. And he doesn't have, it still hasn't come in yet. He's 0.8 of a second at the moment behind Edward. It's starting to now, I think, because he's just taken 8 thousandths of a second out of Edward. We'll see if he catches him again this lap, and if he has, it's a sure bet this car's coming in now. It definitely looks like he's closing in through those corners. He comes through. No.
I'm staying about the same there. It does look, it appears like he's catching them, but I think they're staying pretty much the same.
Yeah, the gap was 7.9 tenths last time through, 8 tenths we'll call it. As they come through once more, you'll see it tick down here, folks. See for yourself whether they're catching him. No, they're 8 tenths, so yeah, about the same speed. .20 laps to go. I think these two are going to be slugging it out until the finish to see who's going to get that second step of the podium.
I'll tell you what, Jason Martin is on a rail. He's increasing his lead 0.6 a lap.
I'm actually thinking what I'm going to have for tea now. I'm starting to get hungry. That's how professional I am, how committed I am to this this cause.
Sounds like you're pretty committed to food.
I am. That's why I'm no good at sim racing. I'm just too big.
That's the good thing about sim racing. It doesn't matter how big you are, because weight doesn't matter.
Damn it, there goes another excuse. So come through once more. We'll look at that gap from Edward back to Danny. And
it's about 1.2 seconds.
Oh man, you're out by 6 thousandths of a second.
Better get my stopwatch out.
I thought you were sitting there going 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
So it looks like Danny Stevens is just about to go a lap down, 27 seconds behind Jason Martin. So Jason Martin's got to be clipping on his heels right about now.
Yeah, you can see. Oh, excuse me, folks. What dearie me. You can see Jason just behind him, starting to close in. Well, it's a closer finish in Bristol. I think there we had, 1 on the lead lap. We've got 3.
One car on the lead lap to finish of Bristol, and right now there's 4. And Jason is catching Danny, but we got 15 laps to go, and it could take him a while to catch him.
And Roger got all kinds of loose there coming out of turn 2. He's gathered it up and kept it moving forwards.
Yeah, I think he's going to salvage the top 10 out of this and go home with a 9th with a wrecked race car, and not from any mistakes of his own again. But again, just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
And Darren brought that car out, and so it's still ticking. He brought it out, brought it back in for repair, and he's back out on the track again in 11th. He's 111 laps down. Phil Otto, Phil's back out there. He's 62 laps down.
So we got 11 cars that are going to hopefully finish the race, which is not bad, half the field.
Yeah, that's it. 21 started, 10 retirements. And yes, it felt to me like there was more retirements than there were, but you're right, it's only half the field.
Yeah, Leo and Steve Hoppett, Steve, did not start the race, so yeah, it appears that way on the list, but yeah, you got half the field running out there, and Jason Martin just put Danny Stevens a lap down, and he's just doing his thing.
Yep. But Danny Stevens has had a good run. He's up 16 positions.
He's the biggest mover of the race.
He is. Now the gap from Edward back to Danny G, folks, it's 1.5 seconds, roughly. So it's starting to stretch. So yeah, the 53's been pretty good all day, hasn't it?
He's been there, but he's fought back through some adversity. I mean, him and his brother got together. He went through the infield a couple times. Took a big old leap through the infield. Got sideways, which caused Norman to check up a bit and get tagged by Danny and end up on his lid. So it was a big old mess, and he managed to capitalize off of that. And here he is, killing it in second.
But look how beautiful his car looks, man. The pit crew's done a fantastic job. It's like brand new.
Yeah. Yeah. That fast repair is pretty awesome.
Little iRacing gnomes get out there and put it all back together.
Right.
It's too late for you, isn't it? You just want this over and done with.
Well, this is the longest race of the season, so if I can do this one, we can do the rest of them.
Yep.
But I got to hand it to Danny Stevens. He did exactly what he said he was going to do, and get up there. So he's got 4th. And I'd be the biggest mover of the race. Chris Purnell, he just drove the heck out of that car. I think his steering wheel's got as much work as his right rear. So I hand it to that guy, and awesome car control, and just I would say 300 miles of sliding it.
Yeah, pretty much. He's taken the slide job to a whole new level, hasn't he?
Yeah, if you can watch him in the cockpit, you can see he's not getting as loose as some of these guys. Right there, he was really loose, but he's definitely fighting a nil car, and I think he's going to hang on to it. As you see him coming into turn 2, he's got a little bit of wheel, and then he's just going to turn right there. So yeah, it's just a little snap loose there as he comes down the start-finish line, gets into 3. Pretty smooth, not pushing too much, Then he gets a little bit more wheel into it, track flattens out, and he turns right. And so he's just got a lot of, basically a push-pull. And front end wants to come around, or the back end wants to come around the front end about mid-turn. So he's definitely fighting an ill car, and he's got a lot of car control. He's a good driver.
Yeah, you can just see him snap right to catch that rear end, can't you? And it's so quick.
Yeah, because just as the track transitions, right there, he goes from tight to loose, and it's just that snap loose where the car unloads on one corner, loads up the other corner.
Yeah, there he goes again. So yeah, he's definitely fighting that twice a lap, and he's lapping 29.905. So that car's all kinds of wrecked, and he's still in the 29s.
Yeah, he could probably back out a little bit and run 30s and not lose it. He's pretty safe in that 6th spot. He could back out of it and not risk getting into the wall and killing the race. Right there.
There we go.
Again, hell of a save. I can't count the number of saves this guy's done tonight.
Neither can I. I'm thinking, who is this guy? I've not heard of him before, so it'd be interesting to get some backstory on him.
I think my steering wheel's getting hot just watching him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he come out of turn 2, pretty good sideways. Managed to catch that. But like I said, man, if he just back off just a little bit, he's got 6th place locked up. He's got 6 plate points locked up. Norman Clark is 2 laps behind him. Is not going to catch him in 4 laps. I would back off. Me personally, back off and not wreck the car. There's a point where you race and where you finish.
Yeah, well, it's the last lap now, so he's only got to fight it about another 4 times. So he
Shoot,
can.
That's right. I was watching him. Jason's taking the checkered flag right now.
Yep. So the win goes to Jason Martin. Well done. He gets it into the drift mode as he always does. See the fireworks going off. Edward Foster, he comes home in 2nd. 3rd is Danny G. Daniel Stevens is out of fuel. He's out of fuel.
Oh no.
He's out of fuel, isn't he? Or is he finished? He's finished. That's fine, because he's a lap down.
That's right. Yeah, he's finished.
I was thinking, oh my God. So we see now the winner of round. Well, I've got it round 2, but it's not actually round 2. Starts to celebrate. Can't see the fireworks, though. That's a shame. So,
all right. Well, congratulations to everybody that finished. Heck of a race. Long race. Everybody did a really good job.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. I guess you should run and get some sleep because you're going to be going to work very shortly in the next hour and a half or something crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, so if you like, I can do the quick interviews, and if you want to skedaddle, you can.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from these guys and get their reaction to this race. It was definitely a dirt track.
All right, let's bring Jason in, and you can have a quick chat with him, and we'll only have a chat to the podium tonight. So got Jason Martin in. Well done, Jason. Congratulations.
Thanks, mate. That was
well
real
done.
hard work.
Yeah, we saw that. Outstanding. Your car did exactly what you said it was going to do. That last run where you actually went to lap 370 before you pitted, were you worried about slipping the car prior to that? Because you were getting about 30 laps on the tires before the back end wanted to meet the front end. But you were at 42 laps on that last stint.
Yeah, I took it extra easy on that second last stint because I really didn't want to be doing 35, 40 laps on that last run. So I just tried to stay out as long as possible before I spun and hit the wall again or something.
Well, it worked out for you, and you were the class of the field tonight. Good job. I don't think anybody had anything for you. So, man, you did a hell of a job, and you earned this one.
Oh, mate, that setup was a nightmare. Every 30 laps, couldn't hang on to it. Think I had about 3 black flags from bad pit stops.
We saw you a couple times get in there. You came in through the grass, past a commitment cone, got in, pitted. Yellow came out, and you didn't have to pit. Did you serve the pit? When did you serve the black flag, or did you get a black flag for that? There was another time where you came in sideways through turn 4, and I don't know how you got slowed down before the commitment cone, but again, you pitted and no black flag.
Yeah, I got 1 black flag and I had to sit there for about 45 seconds to serve it. Then I got another one that was for 15, but the last one I got away with.
Huh. Yeah, you must have just hit it right at that. From my view, it looked like, how did you do that?
Oh, I got no idea. I was just hanging on to it.
But, good driving, and yeah, congratulations. You definitely earned it. And, yeah, 30 laps, everybody was about 30 laps before they were losing it. But your car, from our perspective, did exactly what you said. 5 laps into it, you found the bottom of the throttle, and off you went.
Yep, it was absolutely perfect for about 5 to 20 laps, and then after that, wasn't so good, but just had to hang on to it.
Well, nobody could catch you. You got far enough out ahead of everybody where those last part of the laps of the pit window, you could have backed off and still nobody would have caught you. So definitely getting a good job. Go get you something to drink. Head to the head, and good job.
Thanks, mate. Absolutely knackered after that.
I'll bet. Bernie, you got anything for our winner?
No, congratulations once again. Absolutely awesome race. A bit closer this time. We had another 2 drivers on the lead lap, but it was a good drive all round, Jason.
Thanks, mate. I suppose you're getting sick of speaking to me by now, though.
No, not really. I've got a big button here that we're going to use next time. So if you start getting out front again, we're going to hit it, and it's going to turn that jetpack off and bring you back down to 3 cylinders or something. But yeah, awesome drive, Jason. As always, have you got anyone to shout out to? I won't ask sponsors because I don't think you've got any at the moment.
Yeah, just got to thank you and Gary at RRTV for the broadcast and ANZCAR for the series.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, mate. Long race, but it was well worth your time, and winner of the ANZCAR Coca-Cola 600.
Woohoo!
Fantastic.
Thanks for the entertainment, buddy.
That's the most excited I've heard Jason for a very long time.
Right, he wasn't even that excited after Bristol.
Yeah. Our next interview will be with Danny G, and we'll bring him down and have a quick chat with him. Danny G.
G'day, fellas.
I'm pretty sure it's not what you hoped, but you salvaged a 3rd place out of that. That little bit of dirt tracking experience there. I know you're whooped, so we won't keep you too long, but what are your thoughts tonight?
I thought it was an awesome race. I thought everyone out there was pretty good. We didn't have too many yellows. I went for 3 hours, 45 minutes, so not too bad. And yeah, I knew I couldn't beat Jason on the long run, although the longer the run got, sort of longer, I guess. I was catching back up to him, but he'll do the short pit. So I was sort of banking on second, and I glanced the wall there on the second last run. Had about 15 seconds worth of damage, so that's where my speed went, and Edward got around me in the 53. But other than that, I'm knackered. My wrist is very sore, but it was a great race.
Yeah, it looked good on our end. Very entertaining to watch. We noticed at the start you weren't all that fast. You kind of went backwards a little bit, and then about 7 laps into it, your car came to you, and you were actually able to hang on to it longer than Jason. Jason was getting 30 laps out of his, and it looks like you were getting 35 to 40 without, losing too much time. So you definitely had a car for the long run.
Yeah, we did. I mean, some of the other guys had absolutely rockets early on. My car just sort of stayed consistently slow at the beginning, but yeah, like you say, after 10, 20 laps, it sort of came in and sort of working the high line there. That was pretty good.
I know it's not what you wanted. You wanted to win. Third place isn't bad for a 600-mile race, and congratulations.
Too easy. Thanks, guys.
So if you got anyone you need to give a shout out to, Danny?
Oh, yeah. MFR, Middle Finger Racing, and to Rog for the help with the setup and all that, because he's awesome at all that. And he did a lot of coaching, and that worked well. West End Mazda, WPC Concreting, Auto Kings, RacingLeagues.com, and of course you guys at RRTV.
Fantastic. Now, what do you reckon I should have for dinner? It's all right.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I've got 3 hours to go back on air. But anyway, Danny, thanks, mate, for a great race tonight. Third position. You can go and celebrate with all the MFR boys.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks a lot, guys.
Good job.
So our next interview will be with Edward Foster in the number 53. He finished in second position.
Edward, welcome to the booth.
Oh, thank you very much. How are you going?
How's your arms?
I'm not in a good way, mate. I think I might actually need medical attention.
Yeah, you were working that wheel tonight. Got loose a couple of times going through the infield once with your brother. Man, that was close. That was really close. You guys came back out. Your brother got spun around, but you managed to catch up and get the car repaired and new set of tires on it and get back up in there and take the second spot home.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one because we had not brilliant short run pace, but long run pace we were better than most. The only thing was sort of managing that transition from handling beautifully when it was on new tyres to being really, really tight sort of mid-stint, and then as they came to the end of their life, they started to get really loose, especially out of turn 4. And it took me a while to sort of actually learn to recognise the signs of when it was about to reach that point. So punished me a couple of times, went across the grass. There was that really unfortunate one with where James I think I got a bit of aero wash off of Roger perhaps, and I went across the grass and James made the same mistake and tagged me and all hell broke loose. So it was unfortunate for the other guys that got caught up in that. There were some real fast cars out there tonight that didn't make the end, or at least didn't make the end on the lead lap. And it's a long way to go for the top 3 qualifiers to finish in that order. But it was it was something else. It was absolutely something else.
Yeah, I was enjoying to watch. And everybody's car was the same. They were slow to start, good in the middle, and dirt tracking towards the end. Josh and Jason, he had the same problem. He was slow to start, really good in the middle, and 30 to 35 laps he was dirt tracking it and holding on to the car. So everybody was pretty much in the same boat. It was just a matter of who could manage it the best. And you seemed to do good. I mean, beginning of the race you were running top 10, and you managed to work your way up and stay consistent into the and finish third. So good job, and man, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just one of those where in the early part of the race I really wasn't interested in racing anybody, and there are a few guys who, in my opinion, were probably pushing a little bit too hard at that stage, so I wasn't really interested in racing them at all. But it would have been just as exhaustive for you guys in the broadcast booth, I suppose. But yeah, thanks for sticking with it to the end. Also, just like to give a shout out to my team, Riley Curtis Designs Motorsports, APCS, our awesome sponsor of both ANZCAR Thunder and our team here, and also Ash Media as well. So thanks to all of those guys, and glad to bring it home for you in P2.
Awesome job. And I'd have to agree, some of these guys were racing a little too hard for not positioned. So it all ended well. And we had 11 cars finish, 3 on the lead lap. So overall, it's better than Bristol. Longer than Bristol, but better than Bristol.
Yeah, Bristol was another exhausting one, mate. So, as everybody does the longer stuff, they'll sort of understand the mindset that you need to be getting to the end of these things and everything else. So I'm fairly sure that the guys who stick with it are just going to get better and better as the season goes on. There were some guys who drove fantastically well tonight who didn't end up with the results they deserve. Phil Otto, for example, he was so fast. Purnell, he was so fast, and they just, Mirko as well was really, really quick, and they just, for whatever reason, it didn't turn out for them tonight, but it turned out for me, thankfully. So, I'll take it, and I've got to fight them all again next time, and they're just going to get better and better.
Yeah, I hope the broadcast shows anybody that was watching that this isn't exactly as easy or as minimal as online racing, can be led to be, but I'd have to agree. Phil Otto was consistently, he wasn't, burning up the track, but he was consistent, and one slip up and his race was done. Mirko was definitely a good contender, and Chris Purnell, man, he drove the wheels off that car. I think his steering wheel got as much attention as his right rear tire. So I think he spent 300 of the 400 miles sideways.
Yeah,
but,
sure did.
Good driving from everybody. We didn't see any bonehead mistakes, anything that really, stood out as being like, why did he do that? So definitely good racing. It's getting better, and I think the next race is going to be even more impressive. So good job on P2. Thanks for the entertainment, and we'll let you get out of here and celebrate.
Thanks, guys. Awesome job as always.
Yeah, can you let the blokes know in the green room that we won't be taking any more interviews?
Certainly can.
Thanks, mate.
Well, it's definitely been an exciting night. Long one, but exciting to say the least. And we've seen these guys run sideways, crooked, and right turns, and left almost as much as we do on the road courses. So definitely entertaining.
Yeah, it definitely was. And we'll go through the full results, folks, before we sign off tonight, so you can see where your favourite driver finished. So congratulations, Jason Martin. He takes the win. He led 264 laps of this race, and then Edward Foster comes home in second. Third was Danny G in the number 24. Fourth, Daniel Stevens. Joshua Carroll-Walden, he was fighting all night tonight, coming back laps through the lucky dog. He comes home in fifth. Chris Purnell, awesome drive there, in sixth position. Seventh was Norman Clark, up 5 positions from where he finished. And James Foster, he comes home in eighth. Ninth, Roger Clark. 10th, Phil Otto. Darren McKenzie comes home in 11th, with Mirko Dortnack finishing in 12th position. Going further back, Dave Douglas finishes in 13. Sam Deventia, tough night for Sam, finishes in 14th position. 15th was Stephen Williams. 16th, Matt Clowett. 17th, Colin Herman. 18th, Gavin Sadler. John Sorensen, 19th. 20th, Adam Mitchell. 21st, Michael Latter. Steve Hoppert and Leo Smith did not take to the start. Fastest mover tonight, folks, or biggest mover, Daniel Stevens, up 16 positions. So an awesome drive by Daniel, and he was our spotlight driver tonight. So, Gary, thanks once again for staying up through the night to call this race. It's very much appreciated, mate.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's pretty awesome to watch the race. Yes, long, and yeah, it's late, but I did it, and I'm going to go catch a nap right now, set the alarm, and take off here.
Yeah, and thanks to everyone who tuned in today and stuck with us. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the ANZCAR Coca-Cola 600. And if you still want more racing, come back in around about 3 hours, and we will be back on air with the Sim Racers Asia GT3 series. But until then, folks, on behalf of Gary Huff and Brad, I'm Bernie Wiemers, and you've been watching RRTV. And have a great weekend. Good night.
Good night.